It started like a whisper in the dark, a faint, untraceable sound, barely audible beneath the static hum of the world. Most people never noticed it, but for the few who were listening, really listening, it was like hearing someone speak your name in a silent room. I was one of those listeners. My name is Marcus Hayes, and I've spent my entire career studying what's out there. I'm not a scientist or an astronomer. I don't work in a shiny lab filled with blinking machines. I'm just a guy with an old radio and a lifetime of curiosity. I guess you could say I've always been looking for something. On that night, the signal came through my battered receiver. It didn't sound like much at first, a low, rhythmic pulse that could have been anything. A satellite, a malfunction, even a weather glitch. But then it changed. The rhythm became sharper, more deliberate. Patterns emerged. It wasn't random, and it wasn't noise. Someone or something was speaking. At first I thought it was a prank. Maybe some tech-savvy kid messing around with frequencies. But the patterns were too complex, the intervals too precise. I recorded everything, my heart pounding in my chest as the pulse continued for over an hour. Then, just as suddenly as it had begun, the signal vanished. I spent the rest of the night poring over the recordings, trying to decipher what it all meant. I didn't sleep. I couldn't. Whatever this was, it wasn't natural, and it wasn't human. The next morning, I shared the recordings with a friend of mine, Dr. Ellen Warner, a retired astrophysicist who'd spent decades studying deep space anomalies. She listened to the first few seconds, then froze. Her hand shook as she hit pause. "Do you know what you've got here?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. I didn't. Not yet. But I was about to find out. Ellen worked fast. She ran the recordings through her equipment, stripping away the interference and isolating the core patterns. It wasn't long before we had our answer. "It's a message," she said, her face pale, "encoded in pulses. Look here, this section repeats every 45 seconds. It's deliberate." "But from where?" I asked. "Who's sending it?" She hesitated. "It's not from here, Marcus. The signal's origin, it's coming from outside the solar system." I felt my knees weaken as her words sank in. All my life, I'd wondered if we were alone. Now I had proof we weren't, and it terrified me. Ellen deciphered what she could, breaking down the patterns into a rudimentary translation. The message was brief, but chilling. "We see you. We are coming." Those 6 words changed everything. We debated what to do. Report it to the authorities, the media, or keep it quiet. In the end, Ellen made the call. "This isn't just our discovery," she said. "The world needs to know." The broadcast went live the next day. We released the recordings, the translation, and everything we'd learned so far. Within hours, the news exploded across every platform. Scientists, skeptics, and conspiracy theorists all weighed in. Some dismissed it as a hoax, while others warned of impending doom. And then 3 days later, the second signal arrived. This time there was no mistaking it. The signal was stronger, clearer, and accompanied by strange electromagnetic disturbances. Power grids flickered. Satellites malfunctioned. Planes were grounded as navigation systems went haywire. Across the globe, millions of people looked to the skies, wondering if they'd finally see what they feared most. The message was different, too. Longer, more detailed. Ellen worked around the clock to decode it, while the rest of the world held its breath. "We are many. We are near. Prepare." Governments scrambled to respond. Emergency meetings were held. Military forces were put on high alert. But the truth was, no one knew what to do. How do you prepare for the unknown? For visitors who might not come in peace? Reports started pouring in from all over the world. Strange lights in the sky. Objects moving at impossible speeds. A glowing sphere spotted above the Pacific Ocean. And then came the first confirmed sighting. It happened in a remote desert in Nevada. A farmer driving home at sunset saw something descend from the clouds, a massive metallic structure that shimmered like liquid silver. It hovered silently above the ground for several minutes before vanishing into thin air. By the time the military arrived, there was nothing left but a scorched patch of earth and a lingering hum in the air. The sightings increased in frequency, each one more bizarre than the last. A fleet of orbs over Tokyo, a colossal shadow passing over the Amazon rainforest. And then came the sound, a deep, resonant hum that seemed to emanate from everywhere and nowhere at once. It rattled windows, shook the ground, and sent animals into a frenzy. Panic spread like wildfire. Cities erupted into chaos as people rushed to stockpile food, water, and weapons. Some fled to the countryside, while others barricaded themselves indoors. The streets were filled with fear and desperation. But amidst the chaos, there were those who chose to wait, to listen, to hope. I stayed with Ellen, monitoring the signals and documenting everything. We knew it wouldn't be long before they revealed themselves completely. And when they did, the world would never be the same. It happened just before dawn. I was sitting by the window, Ellen asleep on the couch, when I saw it, a streak of light tearing across the sky. At first, I thought it was a meteor, but it was too deliberate, too controlled. The light split into dozens of smaller trails, each one carving a fiery path toward the horizon. I shook Ellen awake, my voice barely steady. "They're here." We ran outside, joining the crowd of neighbors gathering in the street. The air was electric, heavy with something I couldn't name. All around us, people pointed upward, some gasping, others crying. The trails of light grew brighter, their descent impossibly fast. Then the first one landed. It wasn't an explosion, it was more like a ripple, a shockwave that raced through the ground and into our bones. A massive structure now stood where the light had touched down, a gleaming monolith taller than anything I'd ever seen. It hummed with an otherworldly energy, its surface smooth and seamless, reflecting the dawn like a mirror. And then came the sound, a low, resonant tone that seemed to come from the monolith itself. It wasn't just a sound you heard. It was something you felt, deep in your chest. It was overwhelming, almost painful. "Marcus," Ellen whispered, clutching my arm, "there's more." All across the horizon, more monoliths were rising. In cities, in forests, in oceans, they were everywhere. Silent sentinels that had appeared without warning, without explanation. And the world stood still, caught between awe and terror. The monoliths didn't move. For hours they stood like statues, emitting that haunting hum. Theories exploded online. Scientists speculated they were communication devices or beacons. Religious leaders called them signs from God. Conspiracy theorists claimed they were weapons, designed to wipe us out. But no one knew for sure, not until the voice spoke. It started faintly, like a whisper carried on the wind. Then it grew louder, clearer, until it echoed across every corner of the planet. It wasn't a voice you could pin down. It wasn't male or female, old or young. It was something else entirely, something vast and unknowable. "We are here. We come as a test." A test. The word sent a shiver down my spine. A test of what? Our intelligence? Our strength? Our ability to survive? Before anyone could answer, the voice continued. "Your world is observed. Your actions are measured. Your survival is not guaranteed." The message was brief, but its implications were endless. The voice didn't say who they were or what they wanted. It didn't explain the purpose of the monoliths or the test. It simply left us with a choice: act or be acted upon. The days that followed were unlike anything the world had ever seen. Nations scrambled to respond, each taking a different approach. Some chose diplomacy, sending messages into the void in hopes of a reply. Others saw the monoliths as threats and launched attacks. It didn't go well. The first missile strike came from a small, militarized country. They targeted a monolith near their capital, firing a barrage of rockets into the sky. The monolith didn't budge. The rockets exploded against its surface, leaving no mark, no damage. And then, in a flash of light, the attackers vanished. Not just the soldiers, the entire city. It was gone, wiped from existence as if it had never been there. The ground where it had stood was smooth, unblemished, as though erased by a giant hand. The message was clear. Resistance was futile. But fear is a powerful thing. It overrides logic, pushes people to act against their own interests. Protests broke out in every major city, fueled by anger and desperation. People demanded answers, solutions, anything to make sense of what was happening. Governments faltered under the pressure, their leaders as clueless as the rest of us. And all the while, the monoliths stood silently, watching. Ellen and I stayed in her lab, working day and night to decipher the signals the monoliths emitted. They were faint, buried beneath layers of interference, but they were there. Pulses of information, like the first signal we'd intercepted weeks ago. "This isn't random," Ellen said one night, her eyes red from lack of sleep. "They're communicating. With each other, maybe. Or with us." "But what are they saying?" I asked. She shook her head. "I don't know. But whatever it is, it's important." As we worked, the world outside grew darker. Resources dwindled. The economy collapsed. People turned on each other, fighting over food, water, and shelter. The monoliths had become the focal points of chaos, surrounded by crowds demanding answers or salvation. Some groups began to worship them, believing the visitors were gods come to save or judge us. Others saw them as invaders, threats to be destroyed at any cost. The divisions grew sharper, the violence more widespread. And through it all, the voice returned, always the same message. "We are here, we come as a test." The world waited, breath held, for something to happen. For weeks, the monoliths loomed silently, their hum fading into the background of daily chaos. And then, without warning, everything changed. It began in the cities. People started disappearing, not in droves, but in a slow, calculated manner. One by one, individuals vanished without a trace. There were no flashes of light, no dramatic signs. A man walking to work, a child playing in the yard, a woman sitting at her kitchen table. They were simply gone. At first, the disappearances seemed random, but Ellen and I noticed a pattern. Those taken weren't the rich or the powerful. They were ordinary people. Workers, teachers, parents. The kind of people who kept the world running but were often overlooked. "It's like they're choosing," Ellen said, her voice tinged with dread. "But choosing based on what?" We pored over the data, searching for answers, but nothing made sense. There was no shared trait, no clear logic behind who was taken and who was left behind. And the voice offered no explanation. "The test has begun." Those words echoed across the globe, sparking more panic. What was the test? What were the rules? No one knew, and the uncertainty was its own form of terror. The disappearances sparked a wave of paranoia. Friends turned on each other, neighbors accused neighbors, and governments scrambled to maintain control. Conspiracy theories spread like wildfire, each more outlandish than the last. Some believed the monoliths were abducting people to study them, like lab rats. Others claimed it was divine judgment, a reckoning for humanity's sins. Still others thought the disappearances were a prelude to invasion, that the missing were being neutralized to weaken our defenses. No one knew the truth, and that ignorance tore the world apart. Cities became battlegrounds. Militias formed, promising protection from an enemy no one could see. Governments declared martial law, deploying troops to keep order. But it was like trying to hold back a tidal wave with a paper cup. And then, just when it seemed the chaos couldn't get any worse, the monoliths changed. Their surfaces, once smooth and reflective, began to ripple like water. Symbols appeared, glowing faintly before fading away. The symbols were alien, impossible to decipher, but they appeared on every monolith across the globe. Ellen stared at the screen, her brow furrowed. "They're trying to tell us something." "Or warn us," I said. The symbols weren't static. They shifted and rearranged themselves, forming new patterns that seemed almost mathematical. Ellen worked tirelessly, using every tool at her disposal to decode them. She believed the symbols were a language, a way for the visitors to communicate directly. "Look at this," she said one night, pointing to her monitor. "These patterns, they're repeating across all the monoliths. They're connected." I leaned in, squinting at the screen. The symbols pulsed faintly, like a heartbeat. "What do you think they mean?" "I don't know yet," she admitted. "But I think this is the test. Understanding this, whatever it is, might be the key. As Ellen worked, I began to notice something strange. The monoliths weren't just emitting symbols. They were also emitting a frequency, low, almost imperceptible, but constant. It was the same frequency we'd heard in the initial signal. And it was doing something to us. People near the monoliths reported feeling strange sensations. Headaches, dizziness, even euphoria. Some claimed to hear whispers, faint but insistent, urging them to approach the structures. Others said they felt compelled to stay away, as if the monoliths were repelling them. Whatever the monoliths were, they weren't just watching. They were influencing. In the chaos, a few brave or foolish souls decided to act. A group of scientists in Brazil attempted to communicate with a monolith, using lights and sounds to mimic its symbols and frequencies. They worked for hours, sending patterns into the void, hoping for a reply. They got one. The monolith responded with a blinding flash of light that sent the team reeling. When the light faded, the scientists were gone. In their place was something else, a small, hovering sphere that glowed faintly, its surface covered in the same shifting symbols as the monoliths. The sphere floated silently, pulsing faintly as if alive. It didn't attack or communicate. It simply existed, as if waiting. The event was broadcast worldwide, sparking both awe and terror. Some saw the sphere as a breakthrough, proof that we could interact with the monoliths. Others saw it as a warning, a reminder of what could happen when we pushed too far. Ellen watched the footage with a mix of fascination and fear. "They're testing our limits," she said, "seeing how far we'll go." "For what?" I asked. "To prove we're worth saving? Or to decide how to destroy us?" She didn't answer. As more spheres appeared around the world, people began to report strange occurrences. The spheres didn't just hover. They moved, slowly and deliberately, as if studying their surroundings. They emitted faint, melodic tones that seemed to resonate with those nearby. Some people claimed the tones spoke to them, filling their minds with images and emotions. They described visions of other worlds, vast alien landscapes filled with impossible structures and skies of unfamiliar colors. Others described feelings of overwhelming peace, as if the spheres were offering reassurance. But not everyone experienced the same thing. For some, the spheres brought fear and despair. They described visions of destruction, burning cities, crumbling landscapes, and endless darkness. They felt as if the spheres were showing them the future. Ellen and I watched in silence as reports flooded in. The spheres weren't just objects. They were tools, designed to probe the depths of our minds and souls. And they were learning more about us than we were about them. "We're being judged," Ellen said quietly. "Not just by what we do, but by who we are." As the spheres moved across cities and countrysides, they left trails of mystery and chaos. People didn't know how to interpret them. Some communities saw them as divine, gathering in circles to pray and chant, treating the spheres like sacred messengers. Others viewed them as threats, shooting at them or setting traps in desperate attempts to assert dominance. The spheres, however, were indifferent to both reverence and hostility. Bullets melted before they reached their surfaces. Traps disintegrated upon contact. But they also didn't respond to worship. They simply observed, hovering like silent judges. Governments began to lose control. The military was powerless, and leaders struggled to maintain order. Public trust eroded further as officials delivered empty promises of safety while hiding in bunkers. New factions emerged, each with its own interpretation of the visitor's purpose. One group, calling themselves the Chosen, believed the disappearances were a form of ascension. They held mass gatherings near the monoliths, hoping to be taken next. Another faction, the Resistors, saw the spheres as invaders and began stockpiling weapons, preparing for what they called the final stand. Caught in the middle were the billions of ordinary people, unsure of what to believe. All they knew was that the world they once knew was gone, replaced by one they didn't understand. Ellen was relentless in her work, poring over the symbols and frequencies day and night. The patterns had grown more complex, shifting faster than before. It was as if the monoliths were responding to something, perhaps the chaos they had unleashed. "They're adapting," Ellen said, her voice heavy with exhaustion. Or escalating. We're running out of time. She had a breakthrough late one night. The symbols weren't just a language. They were equations, a kind of universal mathematics designed to convey ideas beyond words. Ellen translated one of the simplest patterns, and her face went pale. It's an algorithm, she said. A test of logic, but it's incomplete. Incomplete how? I asked. It's missing a variable, like it's waiting for us to provide the answer. The realization sent chills down my spine. The monoliths weren't just observing us. They were testing our intelligence, our ability to solve problems on a cosmic scale. But why? And what would happen if we failed? Ellen shared her findings with a global network of scientists, mathematicians, and linguists. For the first time since the monoliths arrived, there was a sense of purpose, a glimmer of hope. The brightest minds from every corner of the world worked together, pooling their knowledge to decode the symbols and find the missing variable. But the effort wasn't without challenges. Political leaders wanted to control the information, fearing that solving the test would give one nation an advantage over the others. In some countries, scientists were arrested, their work confiscated. In others, governments simply ignored the problem, focusing instead on maintaining power. Despite the obstacles, the team pressed on. They called themselves the Solvers, a coalition united by the belief that understanding the monoliths was humanity's only chance for survival. Ellen became one of their leaders, her voice steady and resolute even as the world crumbled around her. This isn't about nations or politics, she said during a broadcast. It's about us, all of us. If we fail together. Her words resonated with millions. Volunteers flocked to help, offering resources, expertise, and support. For the first time in weeks, there was a sense of unity, however fragile. After weeks of relentless work, the solvers cracked one of the equations. It was a moment of triumph, celebrated by people around the world. But the celebration was short-lived. The moment the solution was transmitted to a monolith, it responded with a deafening hum that shook the ground. A blinding light erupted from its surface, shooting into the sky and vanishing into the stars. For a few tense minutes, nothing happened. And then the disappearances stopped. Across the globe, people breathed a collective sigh of relief. The monoliths remained, but their hum grew softer, less oppressive. It was as if they were acknowledging the achievement, granting humanity a reprieve. But Ellen wasn't convinced. This isn't the end, she said. It's just the beginning. She was right. The voice returned the next day, louder and clearer than before. This time, it wasn't a message. It was a question. What is your purpose? The question was simple, yet it echoed with a weight that felt impossible to answer. People debated its meaning endlessly. Philosophers, theologians, and scientists all offered interpretations, but no consensus emerged. Ellen believed the question wasn't meant for governments or institutions. It was meant for humanity as a whole. They want to know what drives us, she said, what we stand for. But how could one species divided by borders and beliefs provide a singular answer? The question deepened the divisions in the world. Every group had its own response. The chosen claimed humanity's purpose was to serve higher beings. The resistors argued that survival was the only purpose that mattered. Other groups offered answers rooted in religion, science, or philosophy. The monoliths didn't react to any of the responses. They simply watched, their symbols shifting more rapidly than ever. Ellen worked tirelessly, analyzing the symbols for clues. She believed the monoliths were waiting for an answer that wasn't just spoken or written, but demonstrated. They're testing our actions, she said, not just our words. One nation, frustrated by the lack of progress, decided to act alone. They launched a coordinated strike against the monoliths, using advanced weaponry they had secretly developed. The attack was devastating, leveling entire cities in its wake. But the monoliths remained unharmed. The retaliation was swift. A monolith emitted a wave of energy that swept across the nation, erasing everything in its path. Entire regions were left barren, their people gone. The message was clear. The test wasn't just about intelligence. It was about unity, restraint, and cooperation. The destruction of an entire nation sent shockwaves across the globe. Governments scrambled to contain the panic, but their efforts were futile. People no longer trusted their leaders, who had failed time and time again to protect them. The streets filled with protests, riots, and mass migrations, as billions sought refuge from a threat no one could escape. Ellen and I stayed close to the lab, our small island of order in an ocean of chaos. The solvers pressed on, decoding the monolith's symbols one by one. Each solution brought small but meaningful changes. Power grids stabilized, disappearances ceased entirely. The air itself seemed clearer, lighter. But with each victory came a heavier burden. The voice asked harder questions. Questions that couldn't be answered with numbers or equations. What do you value most? What would you sacrifice to preserve it? The questions were broadcast worldwide, translated into every language, embedded in every device. People couldn't escape them. And as they pondered the answers, divisions grew deeper. For some, the answers were simple: family, faith, survival. For others, the questions exposed painful truths about greed, power, and inequality. Humanity wasn't just being tested, it was being forced to confront itself. The next major breakthrough came from an unexpected place, a small farming community in the Midwest. Isolated from the chaos of the cities, they had focused on one thing: survival. They bartered, shared resources, and worked together, embodying the cooperation Ellen had spoken about. Their collective actions caught the attention of a nearby monolith. It began to emit a different frequency, one that resonated across the entire region. The solvers analyzed the data and discovered something astonishing. The monolith is responding to them, Ellen said, her voice tinged with awe. It's approving. But the approval came with a cost. One night, the monolith activated. A beam of light enveloped the entire community, and when it faded, they were gone. The land where they had lived was untouched, as if they had simply vanished. News of the event spread quickly. Some saw the community as martyrs, sacrificing themselves for the greater good. Others saw it as a warning, proof that the monoliths demanded more than cooperation. They demanded submission. For Ellen, it was something else entirely. They didn't just vanish, she said. They were chosen. Chosen for what? I asked. To continue the test, she replied. Somewhere we can't see. The disappearance of the farming community deepened the fractures in humanity. People began to see the monoliths as arbiters of morality, but no one could agree on what that morality was. Some believed they needed to prove their worth through acts of kindness and sacrifice. Others thought strength and defiance were the only answers. Religious leaders declared the monoliths were angels or demons, sent to test humanity's faith. Scientists argued they were advanced beings measuring our civilization's progress. Politicians used them to justify oppressive policies, claiming they were protecting the people. And through it all, the voice continued its relentless questions. What does it mean to lead? What is the cost of failure? Ellen believed the questions were meant to guide us, not divide us. But as she worked tirelessly to decode the symbols, I could see the toll it was taking on her. She barely ate, barely slept, consumed by the weight of the task. Marcus, she said one night, her voice barely above a whisper. What if we're the wrong ones to answer these questions? One night, as the world teetered on the edge of collapse, the monoliths acted again. This time their symbols pulsed in unison, sending waves of energy across the globe. Those who were near the monoliths experienced something extraordinary, a vision. Ellen and I were among them. The vision was unlike anything I'd ever experienced. It wasn't just images or sounds. It was a feeling, a deep, visceral understanding of something far greater than myself. I saw vast alien landscapes, endless skies filled with stars, entire civilizations rising and falling, their stories etched into the fabric of the universe. But I also saw Earth. I saw us, our triumphs and failures, our beauty and flaws. I saw how connected we were, how every action rippled outward, affecting everything around us. And then I heard the voice. Choose! When the vision ended, I was on my knees, tears streaming down my face. Ellen was beside me, her eyes wide with a mixture of awe and fear. "They're showing us," she said. "What's at stake? What we could become, or what we could lose." The vision spread like wildfire, shared by those who had experienced it and described by those who hadn't. It united humanity, if only briefly, in the realization that our actions had consequences far beyond our understanding. But the monoliths weren't done. The voice returned, louder and more insistent than ever. "What is your purpose?" The question hung in the air, demanding an answer. This time there was no room for debate, no hiding behind theories or ideologies. Humanity had to decide, collectively, what it stood for. Ellen gathered the solvers for one final push. They worked day and night, decoding the remaining symbols, piecing together the monolith's message. And as they worked, the world began to change. Communities banded together, sharing resources and knowledge. People who had once been enemies found common ground. Even the factions, the chosen, the resistors, began to see each other not as rivals, but as pieces of the same puzzle. And then, finally, the solvers found the answer. The breakthrough came in the early hours of the morning. Ellen and the remaining solvers had been working non-stop, fueled by equal parts exhaustion and determination. The final sequence of symbols had fallen into place, revealing not just an answer, but a statement, a declaration of what the monoliths had been testing all along. Ellen called me over, her voice trembling. "We've got it," she said, tears welling in her eyes. I think this is it." The answer wasn't about intelligence, power, or even survival. It was about something much simpler, yet infinitely more profound: connection. The monoliths had been testing humanity's ability to work together, to see beyond differences and act as one. The questions they posed weren't meant to divide us. They were meant to unite us in the pursuit of a shared purpose. Ellen transmitted the answer to the monoliths, her hands shaking as she entered the final sequence. For a moment, nothing happened. The world held its breath. And then, the monoliths began to glow. The glow spread across the monoliths, their surfaces shimmering like liquid light. Across the globe, people watched in awe as the structures transformed, their shapes shifting and expanding. The spheres, once silent observers, now began to emit a harmonious sound, a melody that resonated deep within the soul. The voice returned, softer now, almost human. "You have answered. You are learning." The words echoed across the planet, filling every corner with a sense of calm. The tension that had gripped humanity for weeks began to ease. People stepped out of their homes, their bunkers, their hiding places, and looked to the sky with something they hadn't felt in a long time: hope. The monoliths continued to change, their symbols rearranging into a single unified pattern. Ellen studied the transformation, her face illuminated by the glow. "They're leaving us a gift," she said. "A way forward." When the transformation was complete, the monoliths released a final burst of energy. It wasn't destructive. Instead, it was life-giving. Crops that had withered in droughts began to grow. Rivers that had run dry flowed again. Even the air seemed cleaner, as if the earth itself was healing. The monoliths then began to ascend, their massive forms lifting effortlessly into the sky. The spheres followed, their melodies fading into the distance. Within minutes, they were gone, leaving behind only their imprint on the world. Ellen and I stood in silence, watching the last of the monoliths disappear into the stars. It felt like the end of a story, but also the beginning of something new. "They've given us a chance," Ellen said, "but it's up to us to make it mean something." The weeks that followed were unlike anything humanity had ever experienced. The scars of the invasion were still visible: destroyed cities, fractured governments, lives lost. But the monoliths had left behind a blueprint for rebuilding. Embedded in their final transformation were instructions, complex but decipherable, for creating a sustainable, equitable society. It wasn't a perfect solution, but it was a start. Communities took the lead, working together to implement the changes. Renewable energy systems replaced fossil fuels. Education became a universal priority, with knowledge shared freely across borders. Even the concept of borders began to fade, replaced by a growing sense of global unity. The disappearance of the monoliths also brought closure to the families of those who had vanished. Though they never returned, there was a sense that they had been part of something greater, a sacrifice that had helped humanity earn its second chance. Months later, Ellen and I sat on the hill outside her lab, watching the sunset. The world was still far from perfect, but it was healing. People were healing. "Do you think they'll come back?" I asked. Ellen smiled faintly. "Maybe. Or maybe they're watching from somewhere we can't see." We sat in silence for a while, the weight of everything we'd been through settling into the quiet. And then, as the first stars appeared in the sky, Ellen turned to me. "They asked us so many questions," she said, "but there's one we never got to ask them." "What's that?" She looked back at the sky, her eyes filled with wonder. "Why did they care?" The monoliths and spheres were gone, but their impact remained. Humanity had been tested, judged, and ultimately given a chance to grow. The answers weren't easy, and the wounds would take time to heal. But for the first time in centuries, there was a sense of shared purpose. And somewhere, in the vast expanse of the universe, the beings who had tested us watched and waited. They had given us the tools to build a better world, but the rest was up to us. As I write this, I think about the message they left behind. A single, glowing symbol etched into the ground, where the monoliths had stood. It's a simple shape, one that scientists and artists alike have struggled to interpret. To me, it looks like two hands reaching for each other. Maybe that's all it's ever been about. Connection. The symbol, the two hands reaching for each other, became the rallying point for humanity. It was etched onto banners, drawn in chalk on streets, and tattooed on the skin of those who believed in its meaning. For some, it was a reminder of how close we had come to destruction. For others, it was a promise of what we could achieve together. Governments began to rebuild, but not as they had before. The blueprint left by the monoliths became a guide for a new kind of society. Resources were shared more equitably, with a focus on sustainability and cooperation. Policies shifted away from short-term profits toward long-term survival. Nations that had once been rivals now worked as partners. The lessons of the test weren't forgotten. Humanity understood that unity wasn't just an ideal, it was a necessity. Despite the progress, the scars of the invasion ran deep. The disappearances left countless families grieving, their loved ones gone without explanation or closure. Even as the world moved forward, these losses hung heavy in the air. Ellen spent weeks compiling data on the missing. She believed their fate was tied to the monolith's purpose, but the answer remained elusive. No one knew where they had gone or why. One day, as we sifted through old recordings of the monolith's signals, Ellen paused the playback. "Listen," she said, pointing to a faint hum beneath the main transmission. I leaned in, straining to hear. The sound was subtle, almost imperceptible, but it was there, a rhythmic pulse that felt strangely familiar. "It's them," Ellen said. "The missing. They're still out there." The discovery reignited hope for those who had lost everything. If the missing were still alive, perhaps they could be found. A global effort began to analyze the faint pulse, using every available technology to trace its origin. It wasn't easy. The pulse was weak, scattered across multiple frequencies, and buried under layers of interference. But slowly, patterns emerged. The pulse wasn't random. It was a signal, sent from somewhere far beyond Earth. Ellen and the solvers worked tirelessly, decoding fragments of the signal. Each breakthrough brought new questions. What was the purpose of the signal? Who was sending it? And why now? As the pieces came together, one thing became clear. The missing weren't just out there. They were trying to communicate. Months passed before the first message was decoded. It was brief but unmistakable, a voice, faint but recognizable, calling out from the void. "We are here. We are learning." The voice was human. The revelation sent shockwaves across the globe. The missing weren't prisoners or victims. They were participants in a new kind of test, one conducted on a scale humanity could barely comprehend. They had been taken to learn, to grow, and perhaps to build something even greater than what had been left behind. Ellen believed the signal was a two-way channel. If the missing could send messages, we could reply. She worked with the solvers to craft a response, one that encapsulated everything humanity had learned since the monoliths arrived. When the message was ready, it was broadcast into the void. We are here. We are ready. The reply came faster than anyone expected. A beam of light appeared in the night sky, brighter than anything we'd ever seen. It descended slowly, touching down in the same places where the monoliths had stood months before. But this time, it wasn't a monolith. It was a doorway. Ellen and I were there when the first doorway opened. The light was blinding, but as it faded, we saw figures emerge. At first, we thought they were aliens, tall, slender forms with strange, glowing features. But as they stepped closer, we realized the truth. They were human, changed, but unmistakably human. The missing had returned. The return spoke of worlds beyond imagination, of places where time and space bent in ways we couldn't comprehend. They described vast cities of light, endless fields of stars, and beings who had guided them through the process of transformation. They weren't the same as when they'd left. Their bodies were stronger, their minds sharper. They could communicate without speaking, their thoughts flowing effortlessly into ours. But more than that, they carried a sense of peace, a calm certainty that they had been part of something extraordinary. The test wasn't just for us, one of them said. It was for all of you, to see if you could learn to grow, to connect, to become more than what you were. The doorways remained open, their light pulsing gently as if waiting. The returned explained their purpose. They were invitations. For those who wished to follow, the doorways offered passage to the stars, to join the next phase of the test. Not everyone wanted to go. For many, Earth was still home, and the thought of leaving it behind was too much to bear. But for others, the chance to explore the unknown was irresistible. Ellen and I stood before one of the doorways, the light reflecting in her eyes. "This is it," she said. "The next step." I hesitated. "Are you going?" She nodded. "I have to know what's out there." The day Ellen left was bittersweet. The world had been changed forever, but for her, the journey wasn't over. She walked into the light without looking back, her silhouette fading into the brilliance. I stayed behind, watching as others followed. Farmers, teachers, scientists, people from all walks of life stepped into the unknown, their faces lit with hope. The doorways remained open for weeks, their glow a constant reminder of what lay beyond. And then, one by one, they faded, leaving only the quiet earth behind. In the years that followed, the world continued to rebuild. The lessons of the monoliths and the test were never forgotten. Humanity had been given a second chance, and though the path wasn't easy, we walked it together. The stars became more than distant lights. They were symbols of what we could achieve, of the connection that bound us to something greater. And though Ellen was gone, her work lived on. She had always believed that humanity's greatest strength was its ability to adapt, to learn, to reach for something more. She was right. Years passed since the last doorway closed. The world that once teetered on the brink of destruction was now thriving. The blueprint left by the monoliths had reshaped societies, fostering cooperation and resilience. Cities were greener, powered by renewable energy, and communities thrived on shared resources. Humanity had not only survived, but begun to flourish. Yet even with the progress, the memory of the visitors lingered. Their symbols, their questions, their tests, they remained etched in humanity's collective consciousness. Scholars wrote volumes about the monoliths, trying to decipher meanings we might have missed. Artists created works inspired by the glowing doorways, the harmony of the spheres, and the visions that had touched so many. But for those who had stayed behind, the most haunting question was the simplest one. Would they ever return? Astronomers noticed something peculiar about the stars. For decades, they had tracked the movements of celestial bodies, but now, faint anomalies appeared, unexplained ripples in the fabric of space-time. They were subtle, barely detectable, but they followed a pattern. Ellen had once theorized that the visitors weren't just testing us, but monitoring us, even after they left. These anomalies seemed to confirm her belief. The ripples originated far beyond the edges of our galaxy, as if something or someone was watching from the void. The ripples sparked debates. Were the visitors assessing our progress, waiting for us to reach another milestone? Or was it something else entirely? One night, a new signal was detected, faint but unmistakable. It wasn't like the original pulse that heralded the arrival of the monoliths. This was different, slower, almost like a heartbeat. It pulsed steadily, repeating at intervals that seemed deliberate. The world held its breath as scientists analyzed the signal. It didn't carry symbols or messages, only the rhythmic beat, steady and unchanging. Some believed it was a call, an invitation to those who had stayed behind. Others feared it was a warning, a reminder that the test wasn't over. As the signal grew stronger, governments and organizations prepared for the worst. But for the ordinary people, it was a spark of hope. They looked to the sky, wondering if the visitors were extending their hand once more. It happened on the anniversary of the monolith's departure. The night was clear, the sky a canvas of stars, when a new light appeared, bright, steady, and unmistakably deliberate. It wasn't a streak of fire like the first landing, but a slow, graceful descent. A single, glowing sphere hovered above the Earth, its surface shimmering with the same shifting patterns as the monoliths. The sphere moved slowly, descending toward a remote area untouched by the chaos of the first visit. People gathered in awe, their fear replaced by curiosity. This time, there were no missiles, no weapons, no aggression. Humanity had learned. When the sphere finally touched the ground, it remained still for hours. And then, as the sun rose, it opened. From the sphere emerged a figure unlike anything we had seen before. It wasn't human, but it wasn't entirely alien either. Its form shifted subtly, like light passing through water, and its movements were slow and deliberate. It radiated an energy that was neither threatening nor comforting, just present. The figure didn't speak, but its presence was enough to silence the crowd. Slowly, it raised a hand, or what could be called a hand, and placed it on the ground. The earth beneath it glowed briefly, and a new symbol appeared. Two hands reaching upward, not toward each other, but toward the stars. The figure then turned, gazing at the crowd. In their minds, they heard a single word. Ready. The arrival of the new visitor marked the beginning of a new phase for humanity. The symbol it had left on the ground wasn't just a message, it was a map, a guide to something greater. Scientists and explorers worked tirelessly to decode it, piecing together a path that led far beyond Earth. The visitor remained, observing quietly as humanity prepared for its next step. It didn't interfere or offer answers. Its presence alone was a reminder of the potential we had yet to unlock. Ellen's words echoed in my mind. The test isn't over. It's just changing. As preparations for the journey continued, people from all walks of life stepped forward, volunteering to be part of the next chapter. They weren't soldiers or politicians. They were farmers, teachers, builders, the heart of humanity. The day of the launch was unlike anything the world had ever seen. Millions gathered to witness the departure, their eyes fixed on the sky. The ships, built using the knowledge left behind by the monoliths, glowed faintly as they powered up. The visitor stood at the forefront, its shifting form a silent guide. It raised its hand once more, and a doorway of light appeared before the ships. This time, there was no fear, only determination. As the first ship entered the doorway, the crowd erupted into cheers. Humanity wasn't just surviving anymore. It was exploring, expanding, reaching for the stars. Even as the ships disappeared into the light, the visitor left one final act. It etched another symbol into the earth. A circle, unbroken, with lines radiating outward. It was a reminder that while humanity's future lay among the stars, its strength was rooted in its unity. Then, as silently as it had come, the visitor ascended into the sky, vanishing into the same light that had brought it. For those left behind, the message was clear. The journey wasn't about leaving Earth, but about understanding what it meant to be connected to each other, to the planet, and to something far greater. Years turned into decades, and humanity continued to grow. Those who had ventured into the stars sent back messages of wonder and discovery. They spoke of worlds teeming with life, of civilizations older and wiser than anything we could imagine. But they also spoke of challenges, new tests that pushed them to their limits. Back on Earth, the lessons of the monoliths and the visitors remained. The symbol of the hands, now reaching for the stars, became a universal emblem of hope. It adorned schools, homes, and monuments, a constant reminder of what humanity could achieve when it worked as one. And as I look up at the night sky, I know one thing for certain. The test will never truly end, but neither will our capacity to rise to it. Decades passed, and the starfarers, the first wave of humanity to journey through the light, became legends on Earth. Their messages arrived sporadically, often in fragments, but what they revealed reshaped our understanding of the universe. The starfarers described worlds that defied imagination. Planets with skies of liquid fire, oceans that sang, and forests where the trees themselves seemed to think. They encountered alien civilizations, some welcoming, others wary, all possessing knowledge that dwarfed our own. And yet, even in these distant corners of the cosmos, they saw echoes of what the visitors had tested in us: connection, cooperation, and the struggle to overcome division. But there were warnings, too. The starfarers spoke of vast voids in space, regions where no light or matter existed, places they called the empty. In these voids, they found traces of civilizations that had failed, their worlds reduced to silence and ruin. It was a stark reminder of what was at stake, not just for Earth, but for every world touched by the visitors' questions. Back on Earth, life continued to evolve. The knowledge left by the visitors and shared by the starfarers transformed society. Medicine eradicated diseases that had plagued humanity for centuries. Energy systems harnessed the planet's natural rhythms, ending the exploitation of finite resources. Education became universal, with every child given the tools to reach their potential. But progress wasn't uniform. Some regions struggled to adapt, clinging to old ways of thinking. Others resented the changes, seeing them as a loss of identity or autonomy. Conflicts arose, but they were different now. Not wars, but debates, intense and passionate, yet ultimately resolved through dialogue. The symbol of the two hands reaching for the stars became more than an emblem. It was a philosophy, a way of life. It reminded humanity that progress wasn't about perfection, but persistence, about trying, failing, and trying again. The starfarers' warnings about the empty became a point of fascination on Earth. What could destroy entire civilizations so completely? What lay within those voids, and why had the visitors left them unmentioned? A new generation of explorers prepared to follow the starfarers, determined to uncover the secrets of the empty. They trained for years, studying the visitors' symbols, the starfarers' transmissions, and the blueprints of the ships that had carried humanity into the stars. Ellen's legacy lived on in these explorers. Her work, preserved and expanded upon, became the foundation for their mission. They called themselves the Seekers, and their motto was simple: "We will find what was lost." The day the Seekers launched was one of both celebration and solemnity. Their mission wasn't just about discovery, it was about confronting the failures of the past and ensuring they wouldn't be repeated. The ships entered the light one by one, their forms swallowed by its brilliance. As they disappeared, a hush fell over the crowd. No one knew how long they would be gone, or if they would return at all. Months passed without a word. Then, finally, a transmission arrived. The signal was faint, distorted by the vast distances it had traveled. But the message was clear. "We have found it. We are not alone." The Seeker's message revealed a shocking truth. The visitors who had tested humanity weren't the only ones. In the empty, the Seekers discovered traces of another presence, one that operated on a scale even greater than the monoliths. This presence had left behind its own structures, massive and ancient, yet eerily similar to the monoliths that had appeared on Earth. These structures pulsed with energy, their patterns chaotic and unreadable, as if they were unfinished or broken. The Seekers speculated that the visitors had been tested themselves, long before they came to Earth. And now, humanity stood on the precipice of a larger, more complex web of existence, one where every civilization played a role in shaping the fate of the universe. The starfarers and seekers worked together to unravel the mysteries of the empty. They discovered that the visitors' tests weren't unique to Earth. They were part of a chain, each link representing a civilization tested, judged, and either advanced or erased. But the chain was fragile. The failures left voids, and the voids threatened to spread, consuming everything in their path. The visitors' tests weren't about dominance or control. They were about survival, about ensuring that the chain remained unbroken. For the first time, humanity understood the true stakes. The test wasn't about proving ourselves to the visitors. It was about proving ourselves to the universe. The knowledge gained from the empty changed humanity's perspective forever. We were no longer isolated, no longer the center of our own story. We were part of something vast, interconnected, and fragile. Earth became a beacon, a hub for knowledge and cooperation among the civilizations that had passed the visitors' tests. The starfarers returned, bringing with them emissaries from distant worlds. Together, they worked to strengthen the chain, to ensure that no more links would be lost. The hands reaching for the stars became a universal symbol, recognized across galaxies. It represented not just humanity's journey, but the shared destiny of all who sought to survive and thrive in a universe full of challenges. As I look up at the night sky, I'm filled with a sense of awe. The stars aren't just distant lights anymore. They're reminders of how far we've come and how far we still have to go. The journey isn't over. It never will be. But that's the beauty of it. The test wasn't about finding answers. It was about asking the right questions. And as long as we keep asking, keep striving, and keep reaching, we'll remain a part of the chain, a part of something greater than ourselves. The arrival of emissaries from other worlds reshaped human society in ways no one could have anticipated. These beings, each unique in form, language, and culture, brought knowledge that stretched the limits of human imagination. They shared techniques for preserving ecosystems, methods for achieving harmony among diverse populations, and technologies that blurred the line between the organic and the artificial. For the first time, Earth became a hub for interstellar diplomacy. The United Nations transformed into the Universal Assembly, a forum where humanity collaborated not just with itself, but with civilizations light years away. Together, they worked to strengthen the bonds of the chain, preventing the kind of collapses that had created the empty. But this collaboration was not without challenges. Misunderstandings arose as different species grappled with each other's customs and values. Some emissaries found human behavior irrational, even reckless, while others saw in humanity a spirit of resilience they deeply admired. The Seekers' discovery of broken links in the chain raised urgent questions. Could the empty be repaired? Could the civilizations lost to it be restored? The answer wasn't clear, but it was worth exploring. A coalition of Earth's brightest minds joined forces with emissaries from other worlds to form the Guardians of the Chain, an organization dedicated to studying the empty and preventing further collapses. They developed advanced ships capable of traversing the void, equipped with tools to analyze the ancient, shattered remnants of lost civilizations. Ellen's theories, preserved in her writings, became foundational to their mission. She had always believed that connection, not technology or power, was the true solution. The Guardians carried her vision forward, approaching the empty not as a problem to be solved, but as a wound to be healed. The Guardians made their first expedition into the empty 5 years after their formation. Their ship, the Concorde, was the most advanced vessel ever constructed, designed to navigate the chaotic energies of the void. As they entered the expanse, the crew experienced a strange phenomenon. The space around them wasn't silent. It was filled with echoes, faint and fragmented, like whispers on the edge of perception. These echoes weren't random. They carried patterns, traces of thought and memory. One of the emissaries, a being who communicated through harmonic vibrations, recognized the patterns as remnants of a consciousness, fragments of a civilization that had been absorbed into the empty. "They're still here," the emissary said, its tones resonating with both sorrow and hope. "Pieces of them remain." The Guardians returned to Earth with their findings, igniting a new wave of research. If fragments of consciousness could survive in the empty, then perhaps those civilizations weren't entirely lost. A project was launched to decode the echoes, piecing together the identities and knowledge of those who had vanished. The project, named the Echo Initiative, united scientists, philosophers, and artists from across the galaxy. They worked tirelessly to translate the patterns, transforming whispers into voices and voices into stories. Over time, fragments of entire cultures began to emerge. Art, language, music, and history reconstructed from the void. The first successful reconstruction came from a civilization called the Kalar, who had disappeared millennia ago. Their knowledge of bioengineering and planetary harmony became a gift to all, their voices a testament to the resilience of existence. Even as the Echo Initiative made progress, new threats emerged. The universe was vast, and not every civilization welcomed the idea of collaboration. Some feared the changes the visitors had brought, clinging to isolationism and power. Others sought to exploit the chain for their own gain, seeing it as a hierarchy to dominate rather than a network to nurture. The Guardians faced sabotage and resistance, both from within and without. On one mission, the Concorde was ambushed by a rogue fleet, nearly destroyed in the process. The attackers left no message, only destruction, a stark reminder that unity was still a fragile ideal. But the Guardians persevered. They understood that the test wasn't just about passing, it was about continuing to try, even in the face of failure. The most extraordinary breakthrough came decades later. The Echo Initiative decoded a signal so complex, so profound, that it left the researchers speechless. It wasn't just fragments of a lost civilization. It was an entire consciousness, alive and aware, calling out from the empty. The being identified itself as Leora, the last remnant of a civilization that had vanished millions of years ago. Leora spoke not with words, but with waves of emotion and thought, describing a time when its people had faced a test similar to humanity's and failed. But failure is not the end, Leora conveyed. You have shown us this. Through the Guardians, Leora learned of the chain and its renewed strength. In return, Leora shared wisdom from a time long forgotten, teaching humanity and its allies how to repair the broken links. The Guardians, with Leora's guidance, began the monumental task of restoring the empty. It was slow, painstaking work, requiring cooperation on a scale never before attempted. But with each success, the void grew smaller, its darkness replaced by light and life. Humanity played a central role in this effort, its unique history of struggle and resilience inspiring others to persevere. The symbol of the hands reaching for the stars became universal, etched into monuments on countless worlds. Ellen's legacy lived on, her work continuing to guide not just Earth, but an entire galaxy. Her belief in the power of connection had proven true, not just as a means of survival, but as a way to thrive. Even as the empty receded, new challenges arose. The test, humanity realized, would never truly end. It would evolve, just as civilizations did, posing new questions, new obstacles, and new opportunities for growth. But that was the point. The test wasn't about reaching a final goal. It was about the journey, about striving, failing, learning, and striving again. As I look up at the stars, I think of Ellen, of the starfarers, the seekers, the guardians, and all who came before and will come after. The universe is vast, its mysteries endless, but as long as we keep reaching for each other, we'll remain part of something greater. The chain will hold, and we will endure. Centuries passed, and Earth became a beacon of connection in the galaxy. The once isolated planet now served as a central hub for collaboration, diplomacy, and innovation. But even as humanity thrived, whispers of new challenges began to emerge. Astronomers detected a strange anomaly near the galactic edge, a distortion in space-time, larger and more complex than anything previously observed. At first, it was thought to be a natural phenomenon, perhaps a collapsing star or a rogue black hole. But as more data was gathered, it became clear that this anomaly was artificial. Something, or someone, was creating it. The anomaly emitted faint signals, similar to those of the monoliths, but far more intricate. It was as if the visitors had left behind a new puzzle, one that required the combined efforts of all who had passed their test. The discovery of the anomaly sent ripples across the galaxy. The Universal Assembly convened an emergency session, bringing together representatives from every known civilization. The question on everyone's mind was the same. What did the anomaly mean, and what did it want from them? The Guardians of the Chain took the lead, assembling a team of experts from across the galaxy. Scientists, linguists, historians, and explorers were brought together, united by a single purpose: to decode the anomaly's signals and uncover its intent. The echoes from the empty provided a clue. The signals carried a pattern, a call and response, similar to the test humanity had faced centuries earlier. But this time the questions were directed not at a single civilization, but at the galaxy as a whole. What have you learned? The question was simple, but its implications were profound. It wasn't just about survival or connection. It was about growth. About what the galaxy had become since the visitors first arrived. To approach the anomaly, the Guardians constructed a fleet of ships, each representing a different world and culture. The fleet was named the Lumina, a symbol of the light they hoped to bring to the unknown. The journey to the galactic edge took years, but the crew remained steadfast. Along the way, they encountered challenges that tested their unity: unmapped star systems, rogue asteroids, and even remnants of civilizations that had failed their tests. These encounters served as reminders of the stakes they faced and the importance of their mission. When the Lumina finally reached the anomaly, the crew was struck by its sheer scale. It wasn't just a distortion. It was a gateway, shimmering with energy and pulsating with the same rhythmic hum as the monoliths. As the fleet approached the gateway, it became clear that entering it would be a one-way journey. The energy it emitted was unstable, and there was no guarantee they could return. Despite the risks, volunteers stepped forward. Among them was Leah, a linguist from Earth who had dedicated her life to studying the symbols of the monoliths. She believed that the gateway wasn't just a test. It was an opportunity to understand the visitors on a deeper level. "The visitors didn't just test us," Leah said during the final briefing. "They invited us to join them. This is our chance to accept that invitation." With the fleet's blessing, Leah and her team boarded a smaller vessel and entered the gateway. On the other side of the gateway, the team found themselves in a space unlike anything they had ever imagined. It wasn't a void, but a realm of pure energy, filled with shifting colors and shapes that seemed to defy the laws of physics. At the center of this realm stood a structure, a massive sphere, its surface covered in symbols that glowed faintly. The sphere pulsed with life, as if it were both a machine and a living being. Leah approached the sphere cautiously, her heart pounding. As she drew closer, the symbols began to shift, forming patterns she recognized from the monoliths. The sphere was speaking to her, not with words, but with meaning. "Show us." The sphere began to display images, not of the galaxy but of Earth. It showed humanity's journey from isolation to unity, its struggles and triumphs, its failures and growth. The images were vivid, as if the sphere was pulling them directly from Leah's mind. But the sphere didn't stop there. It began to show the journeys of other civilizations, their tests, their lessons, their contributions to the chain. It was a tapestry of existence, woven from the threads of countless worlds. As Leah watched, she realized the truth. The sphere wasn't just observing. It was recording, preserving the collective memory of every civilization that had passed the test. It was a repository of knowledge, a library of life. When the display ended, the sphere pulsed one final time, and a single symbol appeared on its surface. A circle, unbroken, with rays extending outward. It was the symbol of the chain, now complete. The sphere emitted a wave of energy that enveloped Leah and her team. In that moment, they felt a connection deeper than anything they had ever known. A connection to the galaxy, to the visitors, and to the countless beings who had come before them. When the team returned through the gateway, they brought with them a gift, the knowledge of the sphere. It wasn't just a record. It was a guide, filled with insights and wisdom that could help every civilization grow. The knowledge of the sphere transformed the galaxy once again. It provided solutions to problems that had plagued civilizations for millennia, from energy shortages to environmental collapse. But more importantly, it reminded everyone of their shared destiny. The test wasn't over. It never would be. But with each challenge, the galaxy grew stronger, more connected, more alive. And as humanity looked to the stars, it knew one thing for certain. The journey had just begun. In the decades that followed, the knowledge from the sphere, now referred to as the Cosmic Archive, reshaped life across the galaxy. It didn't offer simple answers or instant solutions, but instead provided insights that required thought, cooperation, and growth. Civilizations used the archive to strengthen their worlds, repair the chain, and deepen their connections. A new role emerged in this era. Chain keepers, individuals and groups devoted to safeguarding the chain and ensuring the lessons of the test were not forgotten. They became mediators in conflicts, teachers of the archive's wisdom, and explorers of the unknown. Chain keepers were chosen from all species, their shared mission transcending borders and cultures. Earth became a major training ground for chain keepers. Its history of overcoming division and thriving under pressure made it a natural choice. The symbol of the hands reaching for the stars was worn proudly by those who took on this role, their efforts uniting worlds that had once been strangers. As the chain keepers expanded their influence, new discoveries from the Cosmic Archive began to surface. One entry, hidden deep within the sphere's data, described a civilization older than any yet known, the Arindal. They had thrived long before the chain was established, creating wonders that even the visitors might have envied. But the Arindal had vanished, leaving behind only ruins and a cryptic warning embedded in the archive. Beware the shadow between stars. The message was vague, but it spoke of a force unlike anything the galaxy had encountered. Unlike the empty, which represented the collapse of civilizations, the shadow was described as active, a consuming presence that sought to disrupt the chain entirely. The chain keepers debated the meaning of the warning. Was it a metaphor, a cautionary tale, or a real threat, lying dormant in the void? Years after the warning was uncovered, astronomers detected a new signal. Unlike the harmonious patterns of the visitors or the echoes from the empty, this signal was chaotic, filled with sharp bursts of energy and irregular rhythms. It came from a region of space known for its instability, a cluster of dying stars at the edge of the void. The signal defied analysis. Every attempt to decode it resulted in corrupted data or equipment failures. Some believed it was nothing more than cosmic noise, but the chain keepers were not so sure. The timing, coupled with the warning from the Arindal, was too coincidental to ignore. A decision was made. An expedition would be sent to the source of the signal. The ship, the Horizon, was built specifically for the mission, equipped with technology derived from the archive and piloted by a crew of chain keepers from across the galaxy. The Horizon's journey was fraught with danger. The cluster of dying stars was surrounded by gravitational anomalies, radiation storms, and pockets of darkness that seemed to swallow light itself. The crew navigated these obstacles with a mix of skill and luck, driven by the knowledge that their mission could determine the fate of the chain. As they approached the source of the signal, the crew began to experience strange phenomena. Time seemed to distort. Hours stretched into days, and moments passed in an instant. Shadows moved where there was no light, and whispers filled the air, speaking in languages no one recognized. Leah's successor, a chain keeper named Doran, led the expedition. A linguist and historian, Doran believed the phenomena were a form of communication, similar to the visitors' questions, but darker, more fragmented. "It's not trying to test us," Doran said. "It's trying to break us." The Horizon reached the signal's origin, a massive structure unlike anything the crew had ever seen. It was jagged and chaotic, its surfaces covered in sharp angles and swirling patterns that seemed to shift and writhe. It emitted a faint hum, low and dissonant, that resonated in the bones. The structure pulsed with energy, but it wasn't the warm, harmonious energy of the monoliths. This was cold, invasive, and unsettling. The crew dubbed it the Obsidian Spire. As they approached, The whispers grew louder, filling the ship with voices that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere. The voices spoke of despair, isolation, and failure, echoes of civilizations that had been consumed by the shadow. Doran and a small team disembarked to investigate the spire. As they entered, they found themselves in a labyrinth of shifting corridors and dark reflective surfaces. The walls seemed alive, pulsating with a rhythm that matched their own heartbeats. The spire tested them, not with puzzles or questions, but with their own fears and doubts. It showed them visions of failure, betrayal, and loss, forcing them to confront their darkest memories. Some of the team faltered, their resolve shaken. Others pressed on, driven by the knowledge that their mission was bigger than themselves. At the heart of the spire, they found its core, a swirling mass of energy, black and silver, contained within a fractured sphere. The energy lashed out as they approached, filling their minds with a single chilling message. The chain will break. Doran refused to accept the message. Drawing on the wisdom of the cosmic archive and the strength of the Chainkeeper's unity, he and his team worked together to stabilize the fractured sphere. They used the light within themselves, their connection to each other, their shared purpose, to counter the spire's darkness. It wasn't easy. The spire resisted, its energy growing more violent with each passing moment. But the team's resilience held firm, their unity acting as a shield against the chaos. Slowly, the sphere's fractures began to heal, its dissonant hum replaced by a harmonious tone. When the sphere was whole again, the spire began to collapse. The team barely escaped, returning to the horizon as the structure imploded, leaving nothing but silence in its wake. The horizon returned to the galaxy with a warning and a message of hope. The shadow, they realized, wasn't just a threat, it was a reminder. The chain was strong, but it was also fragile. It required constant care, vigilance, and cooperation to withstand the forces that sought to unravel it. The galaxy heeded the lesson, redoubling its efforts to strengthen the chain. The Chainkeepers expanded their mission, spreading the knowledge of resilience to even the most remote corners of the universe. They understood now that the test wasn't just about connection, it was about perseverance in the face of despair. As the galaxy moved forward, the shadow faded into memory, its threat diminished, but never forgotten. The chain held, its links stronger than ever, bound by the shared purpose of countless civilizations. But the journey was far from over. The stars still held secrets, and the universe still posed questions that no one could yet answer. And so, humanity and its allies continued to reach, for each other, for the stars, and for the infinite possibilities that lay beyond. The test wasn't a challenge to overcome, it was a journey to embrace. And as long as the chain endured, so too would hope. Even as the galaxy thrived, the weight of maintaining the chain began to grow. New civilizations joined, each bringing unique strengths and challenges. But with growth came complexity, and with complexity came conflict. Disputes over resources, philosophical differences, and cultural misunderstandings occasionally threatened the unity the chain required to survive. The Chainkeepers, now numbering in the thousands, became mediators in these conflicts. Their role expanded beyond exploration and preservation. They were teachers, diplomats, and healers. Yet their task was never-ending, and the strain began to show. Some civilizations questioned the chain's value, arguing that it demanded too much from its members. Others resisted the lessons of the cosmic archive, clinging to old ways that prioritized self-interest over collective good. And then, the whispers returned. Decades after the Obsidian Spire's collapse, a new signal emerged, this time from deep within the empty. Unlike the chaotic burst that had led to the spire, this signal was steady and rhythmic, almost melodic. It carried a pattern that was eerily familiar, reminiscent of the visitor's symbols, but with a darker undertone. The signal's origin was traced to a region of the empty that had previously been inaccessible, a dead zone where light and sound seemed to vanish. The guardians of the chain deliberated for weeks, debating whether to investigate. The Obsidian Spire had been a close call, and many feared that whatever lay at the heart of this signal could be far worse. But they knew they couldn't ignore it. The chain's survival depended on understanding its threats. A new ship, the Vanguard, was constructed for the mission. Larger and more advanced than the Horizon, it was equipped with technology designed to withstand the unique challenges of the empty. Its crew consisted of experienced chainkeepers, scientists, and emissaries from allied civilizations. As the Vanguard entered the empty, the crew experienced the same distortions in time and space that had plagued previous missions. But this time, the technology derived from the cosmic archive allowed them to stabilize their surroundings, creating a protective bubble of light and sound. The deeper they ventured, the more unsettling the journey became. Shadows moved in the darkness, and faint, sorrowful voices echoed through the ship. These weren't the fragmented memories of failed civilizations. They were something else entirely, something alive. At the center of the dead zone, the Vanguard found the source of the signal, a colossal structure unlike anything the galaxy had ever seen. It was a vast, intricate web of black tendrils, pulsating with energy and stretching across light years of space. The crew named it the Black Nexus. The Nexus seemed to feed on the surrounding void, drawing energy from the absence of life and light. Its surface was covered in symbols that shifted constantly, defying any attempt at translation. And at its core was a massive sphere, similar to the one found in the Obsidian Spire, but far larger and more ominous. As the Vanguard approached, the symbols on the Nexus began to align, forming patterns that seemed to react to the ship's presence. The crew realized that the Nexus wasn't just a structure, it was an entity, and it was aware of them. For days, the crew observed the Nexus, gathering data and attempting to decipher its symbols. Finally, a breakthrough came. The Nexus began to communicate, not through words, but through emotions and images. It showed the crew visions of worlds consumed by darkness, civilizations erased from existence, and chains broken beyond repair. But it also showed them something else, a choice. Strengthen the chain or sever it. The Nexus wasn't an enemy, but it wasn't a friend either. It was a force of balance, a counterweight to the chain. Its purpose was to test not just the chain's strength, but its necessity. If the chain proved to be more of a burden than a benefit, the Nexus would act to dismantle it. The crew realized the stakes were higher than they'd ever imagined. The test wasn't just about survival, it was about proving that the chain was worth preserving. The Nexus presented a challenge. It would recreate scenarios from the chain's history, amplifying the conflicts and fractures that had threatened its integrity. The crew would have to navigate these challenges, demonstrating the chain's resilience and adaptability. The tests were grueling. The Nexus forced the crew to confront their deepest fears and prejudices, pitting them against simulations of their own civilizations. Alliances were strained, and some members faltered under the pressure. But others rose to the occasion, drawing on the lessons of the Cosmic Archive and the strength of their shared mission. In the final test, the Nexus recreated the Obsidian Spire, this time amplifying its chaotic energy to destabilize the crew. It was a battle of wills, a struggle to hold on to hope in the face of overwhelming despair. Against all odds, the crew succeeded. By working together, they stabilized the Nexus's core, proving that the chain could withstand even the most extreme challenges. The Nexus emitted a final pulse of energy, its symbols aligning into a single unified pattern, the symbol of the unbroken circle. The Nexus began to dissipate, its tendrils retracting and its energy fading. Before it vanished entirely, it left one last message. The chain holds, for now. The Vanguard returned to the galaxy with a renewed sense of purpose. The test had shown that the chain was strong, but also fragile. It required constant care, not just from the chain keepers, but from every civilization that was part of it. The Nexus's warning served as a reminder that the test would never truly end. The chain wasn't just a structure, it was a living, evolving entity, shaped by the choices and actions of those who upheld it. As humanity and its allies looked to the future, they knew one thing for certain. The journey was far from over. The stars still held mysteries, and the universe still posed questions that demanded answers. But as long as the chain endured, so too would the hope of connection, unity, and growth. The Nexus's disappearance brought hope, but also unease. The message it left, the chain holds, for now, lingered in the minds of all who heard it. While the galaxy celebrated the resilience of the chain, some couldn't ignore the implied fragility. for now suggested that the balance was temporary, and the chain's true test was still to come. The chain keepers expanded their ranks, recruiting from even the most remote civilizations. Their mission was no longer just to protect the chain. It was to prepare for what might come next. New training centers sprang up across the galaxy, each one focused on fostering not only skills and knowledge, but also the emotional resilience needed to confront the unknown. As the chain grew, cracks began to form, not from external threats, but from within. Some civilizations questioned the chain's purpose, arguing that it demanded too much unity at the cost of individuality. They resented the influence of the cosmic archive, viewing it as a tool for conformity rather than progress. A faction began to emerge, calling themselves the Free Wardens. They believed that true growth came from divergence, not unity. To them, the chain was a prison, binding civilizations to a single path instead of allowing them to forge their own. At first, the Free Wardens were dismissed as radicals, their influence limited to a handful of worlds. But their message resonated with those who had struggled to adapt to the chain's demands. As their numbers grew, so did their willingness to act. The Free Wardens' first major act of defiance came in the form of sabotage. On the planet Nixara, a vital hub for the Cosmic Archive's distribution, a series of coordinated attacks disabled key infrastructure. Entire sections of the Archive's data went dark, leaving gaps in the knowledge that had been carefully preserved for centuries. The Chainkeepers were quick to respond, but the damage was done. The attack not only disrupted communication and education, but also sowed distrust among the Chain's members. Some civilizations began to question whether the Archive could truly protect them, or if it had become a vulnerability. The Free Warden's message spread like wildfire. The chain is breaking. Let it fall. The Chainkeepers launched an investigation to track down the Free Warden's leaders. Intelligence suggested that their operations were based in a distant system on the outskirts of the galaxy, a region known for its isolation and lawlessness. A team of elite Chainkeepers, led by a seasoned veteran named Kale Varen, was dispatched to infiltrate the Free Wardens and gather information. Kale was a respected leader, known for his unwavering loyalty to the chain and his ability to unite even the most divided teams. The mission was dangerous, requiring Kale and his team to operate in secrecy. They disguised themselves as traders, navigating a web of black markets and hidden networks to reach the Free Warden's stronghold. What they found there shocked them. The Free Warden's base was more than a hideout. It was a thriving community, complete with farms, schools, and workshops. The people there weren't soldiers or terrorists. They were families, scientists, and artists, all working to build a society outside the chain. Kale's team uncovered documents and recordings that revealed the Free Warden's motivations. They weren't trying to destroy the chain out of malice. They genuinely believed it was flawed. They argued that the chain prioritized unity at the expense of creativity and innovation, stifling the diversity that made civilizations unique. But among the files, Kale found something far more troubling: evidence that the Free Wardens had been in contact with another force. The transmissions were encrypted, but the symbols bore a chilling resemblance to those of the Nexus. The Free Wardens didn't know it, but they were being manipulated. The encrypted transmissions weren't just from another faction. They were from remnants of the Nexus, fragments of its consciousness that had survived its collapse. These fragments had found a way to influence the Free Wardens, using their discontent to weaken the chain from within. Kale realized the gravity of the situation. The Nexus hadn't disappeared. It had adapted. Its fragments were sowing division, exploiting the cracks in the chain to prepare for its return. The team relayed their findings back to the Chainkeepers, but their message was intercepted. The Free Wardens discovered Kale's true identity, and chaos erupted in the stronghold. Kale and his team fought to escape, but not without losses. 2 members of the team were captured, their fate uncertain. Kale's report threw the Universal Assembly into turmoil. The Nexus's continued presence posed an existential threat, but the Free Warden's grievances couldn't be ignored. Addressing one problem risked exacerbating the other. Some argued for military action, demanding the eradication of the Free Wardens before the Nexus could exploit them further. Others called for diplomacy, believing that the Free Wardens could be reasoned with and brought back into the fold. The Chainkeepers found themselves caught in the middle. Their mission was to protect the chain, but they also understood that unity couldn't be achieved through force alone. Cale himself was torn, his loyalty to the chain clashing with his sympathy for the Free Warden's desire for freedom. In a bold move, the Chain Keepers proposed a summit, a gathering of representatives from the chain and the Free Wardens to address their differences and seek common ground. It was a risky endeavor, with no guarantee of success. The Nexus's influence loomed over the proceedings, its fragments continuing to sow discord. The summit was held on a neutral world, its location kept secret to prevent sabotage. Cale and his team acted as mediators, using their first-hand knowledge of the Free Wardens to bridge the gap between the factions. The discussions were tense, marked by heated debates and moments of near collapse. But as the days turned into weeks, a fragile understanding began to emerge. Both sides agreed on one fundamental truth. The chain couldn't endure if it relied solely on unity. It needed diversity, creativity, and freedom to thrive. The summit resulted in a groundbreaking agreement. The chain would be restructured, its principles expanded to embrace not just unity, but interdependence. Civilizations would have more autonomy, free to innovate and grow while remaining connected to the larger network. The Free Wardens agreed to rejoin the chain, their grievances addressed through reforms that honored their individuality. In turn, they pledged to help the Chain Keepers track and neutralize the Nexus fragments, recognizing the shared threat they posed. For the first time, the chain wasn't just a structure, it was a living, breathing organism, capable of evolving with the civilizations it connected. The Nexus fragments, sensing their influence waning, retreated into the void. The Chain Keepers continued their vigilance, aware that the fragments could resurface at any time. But for now, the galaxy had found a new equilibrium, its members united not by uniformity, but by choice. Cale returned to Earth, where he was hailed as a hero. But he rejected the title, insisting that the true victory belonged to everyone who had fought for the chain, in ways big and small. "The chain isn't perfect," he said in his final report, "but it's ours. And as long as we choose to hold it together, it will endure." Years passed, and the chain stabilized under its restructured principles. Civilizations thrived in their newfound balance of autonomy and connection, and the Free Wardens became some of the chain's most passionate advocates. The reformed chain seemed stronger than ever. But peace was not eternal. Deep within the empty, where even light seemed afraid to tread, an anomaly began to stir. The Nexus fragments had retreated into the shadows, but they had not been idle. Slowly they coalesced into something new, a singular entity born from the remnants of the Nexus, but twisted by its isolation. This entity, known as the Veil, was unlike anything the galaxy had encountered. Where the Nexus tested, the Veil consumed. It didn't seek to balance the chain, but to unravel it entirely, feeding on the fear and division it left in its wake. The first sign of the Veil's awakening came in the form of a silent collapse. A remote colony on the edge of the empty ceased all communication, its vibrant cities reduced to lifeless ruins within days. When the Chain Keepers arrived to investigate, they found no survivors, only a dense, unnatural fog that obscured their vision and disrupted their technology. Within the fog, the Chain Keepers encountered visions, distorted memories, twisted reflections of their fears, and echoes of their darkest regrets. It was as if the Veil had reached into their minds, pulling apart the threads of their reality. One Chain Keeper managed to escape, barely alive. Her report was chilling. "It doesn't want to test us. It wants to erase us." The Veil's presence forced the galaxy into action. The Chain Keepers called an emergency meeting of the Universal Assembly, presenting evidence of the growing threat. Unlike the Nexus, which acted as a balancing force, the Veil sought to dismantle the very fabric of existence. But not everyone believed the threat was real. Some saw the Veil as a fabrication, a tool for the Chain Keepers to consolidate power. Others argued that the chain's reforms had weakened it, making it vulnerable to external threats. Amid the chaos, Cale Varen returned to the forefront. Now retired, he had been living a quiet life on Earth, teaching the next generation of Chain Keepers. But when the call came, he couldn't ignore it. "This is bigger than politics," Cale said at the assembly. "If we don't act together, the Veil will tear us apart." Recognizing the need for a unified response, the Chain Keepers proposed the formation of a new coalition, the Vanguard Alliance. Composed of fleets, scientists, and diplomats from across the galaxy, the Alliance's mission was twofold: to combat the Veil directly and to strengthen the chain against its influence. The Vanguard Alliance was the largest coordinated effort in galactic history. Even civilizations that had once resisted the chain joined, understanding that the Veil posed a threat to all life, regardless of allegiance. Kale was chosen to lead the Alliance, his experience with both the Nexus and the Free Wardens making him the ideal candidate. Reluctantly, he accepted, knowing that the galaxy's survival depended on unity. As the Vanguard Alliance mobilized, reports of the Veil's influence spread. Entire systems fell silent, their stars dimming as if consumed by an unseen force. Survivors spoke of hallucinations, time distortions, and a growing sense of despair that drained the will to resist. The Veil didn't attack with weapons or fleets. It attacked with fear, sowing distrust and division. It fed on isolation, breaking the connections that held civilizations together. The chain's greatest strength was also its greatest vulnerability. The Vanguard Alliance worked tirelessly to counter the Veil's effects. They developed technology to stabilize communication, shield minds from the fog's influence, and counteract the time distortions. But even with these advancements, they struggled to keep up. Kyle knew that the Veil couldn't be defeated through brute force. It wasn't a conventional enemy. It was a manifestation of chaos, a force that thrived on entropy. To stop it, they needed to find its core, the point where its fragments had fused into a singular entity. The Alliance sent expeditions into the empty, using data from the Cosmic Archive to guide their search. These missions were dangerous, with many ships lost to the fog. But the explorers persevered, driven by the hope that their sacrifice would lead to the Veil's undoing. After months of searching, a breakthrough came. A chainkeeper named Amara Rhine decoded a pattern in the Veil's energy, revealing the location of its core. A massive, hollow planet at the heart of the empty, shrouded in a storm of darkness. The Alliance launched its largest operation yet, sending a fleet of thousands to confront the Veil at its core. The journey was treacherous, with the storm growing stronger as they approached. Ships were lost, and morale wavered as the Veil's whispers grew louder, filling the minds of the crew with doubts and fears. Kyle led the charge, piloting the flagship Eclipse. He knew that this battle wasn't just about strength, it was about hope. The Veil thrived on despair, and the only way to defeat it was to show that the chain's bonds were unbreakable. As the fleet reached the hollow planet, the Veil revealed its true form. A colossal, shifting mass of energy, its tendrils stretching across the sky like veins of darkness. It lashed out, its energy disrupting the fleet's systems and scattering the ships. In the chaos, Amara Rhine proposed a daring plan. The Cosmic Archive had shown that the Veil's energy could be counteracted by the harmonies of the chain, the same connections that had kept civilizations united for centuries. Kale ordered the fleet to focus their energy on a single point, channeling their power into a beam of light that represented the unity of the chain. The beam struck the Veil's core, and for a moment, the darkness wavered. But the Veil wasn't defeated. It fought back, its energy surging with renewed fury. Kale knew they needed more. He broadcast a message to every ship, every world, every being in the galaxy. The chain holds because of us. Stand together, and we will endure. Across the galaxy, civilizations responded. From the smallest colony to the largest metropolis, people channeled their energy, their hope, their will to survive into the chain. The collective strength of billions flowed through the fleet, amplifying the beam of light until it overwhelmed the Veil. With a final, deafening roar, the Veil shattered, its energy dispersing into the void. The storm subsided, the hollow planet crumbled, and the stars began to shine once more. The chain had endured. The galaxy emerged from the battle forever changed. The victory against the Veil wasn't just a triumph of unity. It was a reminder of the strength that came from diversity, resilience, and hope. Kyle returned to Earth, his mission complete. He declined offers of accolades, choosing instead to live quietly among the people he had fought to protect. The symbol of the chain, now etched in light across the night sky, became a beacon of inspiration for generations to come. And as humanity and its allies looked to the stars, they knew that the journey would never end. The test would continue. The challenges would evolve. But as long as the chain held, they would face the future together. Decades after the fall of the veil, the galaxy was at peace, at least on the surface. The physical remnants of the veil had dissolved, but its impact lingered in the hearts and minds of those who had faced it. Fear of the unknown remained, and some civilizations continued to question whether the chain could truly endure against forces so vast and unknowable. The chain keepers, now regarded as legends, worked tirelessly to reinforce the chain's values. Their training centers became sacred spaces, where the principles of unity and interdependence were passed down to each new generation. Veterans like Cale Varen and Amara Rhine became mentors, guiding young recruits with stories of their battles and lessons learned. One lesson stood out above all. Survival wasn't just about standing together during crises. It was about preparing for what came next. In the far reaches of space, a team of explorers discovered an artifact buried beneath the surface of a desolate moon. The artifact resembled the monoliths left by the visitors, but its design was more intricate, its energy signature unfamiliar. When activated, it emitted a pulse of light that reached across the galaxy, carrying with it a single phrase in every known language: "You are not yet finished." The message sent shockwaves through the chain. Who had left the artifact, and what did it mean? Was it a message from the visitors, a remnant of the veil, or something else entirely? The discovery reignited the galaxy's sense of urgency, reminding everyone that their journey was far from over. The artifact's pulse provided a map, a star chart pointing to a region of space beyond the empty, a place no ship had ever ventured. The chain keepers called for volunteers to lead an expedition, knowing the risks involved. Among those who stepped forward was Amara Rhine, now a seasoned leader, eager to uncover the truth. The new flagship, the Odyssey, was built for the journey. It combined the latest technology from the Cosmic Archive with innovations inspired by the Free Warden's philosophies. Its crew was a mix of experienced chain keepers, scientists, and representatives from allied civilizations, symbolizing the chain's strength and diversity. As the Odyssey set out, the galaxy watched with bated breath, knowing that whatever they found could change everything. The journey to the artifact's destination was unlike anything the crew had experienced. As they moved beyond the empty, they encountered phenomena that defied explanation. Rivers of light flowing through space, fields of crystalline structures that hummed with energy, and stars that pulsed in rhythm with their ship's systems. The crew began to experience strange sensations, dreams of places they'd never been, memories that didn't belong to them, and a deep sense of being watched. It was as if the very fabric of space was alive, aware of their presence. When they finally reached the coordinates, they found themselves in a vast expanse of swirling energy. At its center was a structure so massive it seemed to stretch into infinity. The crew named it the Infinite Spire. The spire was unlike anything the galaxy had encountered. Its surface was covered in shifting patterns, each one more complex than the last. As the Odyssey approached, the patterns began to align, forming symbols that resembled those of the visitors, but carried a deeper, more intricate meaning. Amara led a team into the spire, navigating its labyrinthine corridors and deciphering its symbols. Inside, they found chambers filled with floating orbs of light, each one containing fragments of memories, voices, and images from civilizations long gone. It was as if the spire was a library, a record of existence beyond the chain. At the heart of the spire, they found a central chamber where a single monolith stood. Unlike the others, this one radiated warmth, its surface glowing with golden light. When Amara touched it, a voice filled the chamber, soft yet commanding. "The test is not over. It has only begun." The monolith revealed a startling truth. The chain was not the end goal, it was a foundation. The galaxy's unity was a stepping stone for a greater purpose, one that extended beyond their understanding. The visitors had been guides, but they were not the architects. The true architects remained unseen, watching, waiting for the chain to evolve further. The monolith spoke of the Great Convergence, a moment when all civilizations would be called upon to face a challenge that would determine the fate of not just their galaxy, but the universe itself. The spire was a preparation ground, a place where the chain could learn, adapt, and grow. Amara and her team returned to the Odyssey, their minds reeling from the revelation. They knew they couldn't keep this knowledge hidden, but they also understood the risks of sharing it. How would the galaxy react to the idea that their greatest achievement was merely the beginning? When the Odyssey returned and shared its findings, the galaxy erupted in debate. Some civilizations embraced the idea of the Great Convergence, seeing it as a chance to prove their worth and fulfill their ultimate purpose. Others were more skeptical, fearing that the chain was being manipulated for a purpose they couldn't comprehend. The Free Wardens, now fully integrated into the chain, voiced their concerns. "If we're being tested again," one of their leaders said, "how do we know the Architect's intentions are just? How do we know this isn't another veil in disguise?" The Chain Keepers worked tirelessly to mediate the growing tensions, but unity was harder to maintain than ever. The galaxy stood at a crossroads, torn between hope and fear, purpose and doubt. Despite the divisions, preparations for the Great Convergence began. The Chain Keepers and their allies delved deeper into the cosmic archive and the records of the Infinite Spire, seeking clues about the Architects and the challenges that lay ahead. They developed new technologies, trained new generations of explorers, and strengthened the bonds that held the chain together. Kyle Varon, now in his twilight years, returned to offer his guidance. "We've faced the darkness before," he told a gathering of Chain Keepers. "We've fought to hold the chain together when it seemed impossible. This is no different. We don't need to have all the answers. We just need to keep moving forward." As the galaxy prepared, a new signal appeared, this one from within their own star systems. It was faint, almost imperceptible, but its patterns matched those of the Infinite Spire. The signal wasn't a call, it was a countdown. The Great Convergence was closer than anyone had imagined. The signal's countdown sent ripples through the galaxy. What had once been an abstract idea, the possibility of an ultimate test, became a stark reality. The clock was ticking, and every civilization had to decide how they would face this unknown challenge. The Chain Keepers convened an emergency summit with representatives from every world. The debates were intense, with some arguing for full cooperation and others demanding isolation to protect their own interests. Amid the chaos, Kyle Varon stood and addressed the assembly. "Every time we faced the unknown, we've survived because we stood together," Kyle said, his voice calm but firm. "The Great Convergence isn't just a test of strength. It's a test of who we are. If we falter now, we betray everything we've built." His words silenced the room, and slowly, agreements began to form. The galaxy would face this challenge as one, whatever it might bring. As the countdown continued, the Chain Keepers delved deeper into the mysteries of the Infinite Spire. Teams of scientists, historians, and linguists worked around the clock to decode its messages, uncovering fragments of knowledge about the Architects who had designed the chain. The Architects, it seemed, were not physical beings, but entities of pure energy and thought. They existed across dimensions, observing and guiding civilizations not to control them, but to ensure the survival of the universe itself. The chain was their creation, a tool to foster unity in a universe that tended toward entropy. But the Architects were not infallible. The records hinted at their own struggles, their own tests of resilience and purpose. The Great Convergence, it seemed, was not just a challenge for the galaxy. It was a step in a much larger journey. The countdown reached its final phase, and the galaxy braced itself. Then, without warning, the first challenge began. It started with the stars. Across the galaxy, entire systems went dark, their suns extinguished in an instant. Planets were plunged into chaos as their light and heat vanished, leaving billions in peril. The Chain Keepers mobilized immediately, deploying fleets to affected systems. Using technology from the cosmic archive, they created artificial light sources and energy shields to stabilize the planets. But the scale of the disaster was overwhelming, and not every world could be saved. Amara Rhine, now one of the most respected leaders in the galaxy, led a mission to one of the darkest systems. As her team worked to restore power, they discovered an unsettling truth. The stars hadn't died naturally. Something, or someone, had extinguished them. As the chainkeepers investigated further, they began to hear voices in the dark. These weren't the whispers of the veil or the echoes of the empty. They were clear, deliberate, and eerily calm. "Why do you cling to the light? Do you not see the beauty in the void?" The voices came from all directions, spoken in every language known to the galaxy. They questioned the chain's purpose, its reliance on unity, and its fear of the unknown. They weren't hostile, but they were challenging, pushing the galaxy to justify its existence. For many, the voices were unnerving, but for Kale, they were a revelation. "This is the test," he said. "It's not about survival. It's about understanding, about proving that we can embrace the unknown without losing ourselves." The galaxy struggled to adapt to the challenges posed by the architects. Some civilizations rose to the occasion, offering aid and resources to their neighbors. Others withdrew, fearing that the chain's unity would only make them more vulnerable. The Free Wardens, once skeptical of the chain, became some of its strongest defenders. Their decentralized approach to governance and innovation proved invaluable, allowing them to adapt quickly to the challenges of the darkened systems. They became a symbol of resilience, showing that diversity within the chain was its greatest strength. But tensions remained. The voices in the dark continued to sow doubt, and not everyone was convinced that the chain could endure. A splinter faction emerged, calling themselves the Seekers of the Void, who believed that the galaxy should abandon the chain and embrace the chaos of the unknown. Amid the turmoil, a breakthrough came. A team of chainkeepers working in the Infinite Spire discovered a hidden chamber, its walls covered in symbols that seemed to shift and shimmer with a life of their own. At the center of the chamber was a portal, its surface rippling like liquid gold. When activated, the portal revealed glimpses of other dimensions, realities where the chain had taken different forms, some thriving, others collapsing. The chainkeepers realized that the portal was a bridge, a way to learn from these alternate worlds and their successes and failures. Amara Rhine led an expedition through the portal, venturing into a reality where the chain had fractured centuries ago. What they found was both haunting and hopeful, a world struggling to rebuild, its people determined to create a new kind of unity, despite the odds. As the challenges intensified, the galaxy began to see the test for what it truly was. The architects weren't trying to destroy the chain. They were pushing it to evolve. The voices in the dark were part of this process, forcing civilizations to confront their fears, question their assumptions, and find new ways to grow. The chainkeepers worked tirelessly to guide the galaxy through this process. They brokered alliances, resolved conflicts, and shared knowledge from the portal's alternate realities. Slowly, the galaxy began to adapt, finding strength in its diversity and resilience in its unity. The final phase of the test came without warning. Across the galaxy, the stars began to shine brighter, their light converging into a single point at the center of the chain. The architects had revealed their presence, not as judges, but as witnesses. The galaxy stood united, its civilization stronger than ever. They had faced the darkness, embraced the unknown, and emerged transformed. The architect's voice echoed across the stars, their message clear: "You are ready." The Great Convergence wasn't an end. It was a beginning. The galaxy had proven its worth, and in doing so, it had opened the door to a new era of exploration, discovery, and growth. The chain held, not because it was unbreakable, but because it was alive, evolving with each challenge. With the test complete, the architects withdrew, leaving the galaxy to chart its own course. The chainkeepers continued their mission, not as protectors of the past, but as pioneers of the future. The Infinite Spire became a symbol of hope, a reminder that the journey was never truly over. As humanity and its allies looked to the stars, they knew that the universe was vast, its mysteries infinite. But they also knew that as long as the chain held, they would face whatever came next together. And so, the journey continued. The galaxy emerged from the Great Convergence as a more unified and resilient network of civilizations. The architects' withdrawal marked the beginning of an era of unprecedented growth and collaboration. Yet, The message from the architects lingered in every mind. You are ready. Ready for what? That question became the driving force behind the galaxy's next chapter. The infinite spire continued to emit faint signals, each one pointing to a distant star system or an unexplored region of space. These signals were interpreted as invitations, leading to a new age of exploration. The Chainkeepers transformed their mission to align with this era. While they still acted as stewards of unity, they also became trailblazers, charting paths to new worlds and deciphering the secrets left behind by the architects. The flagship Odyssey, once the spearhead of discovery, was retrofitted with new technologies inspired by the Infinite Spire. Amara Rhine, though hesitant to lead another mission after the strain of the Convergence, agreed to helm the next great journey. The mission was simple: follow the Spire's latest signal to the edges of the known universe. The Odyssey's crew represented every corner of the chain, from the Free Warden's rugged engineers to the scholars of Earth. It was a microcosm of the galaxy's unity, embodying the diversity that had become its greatest strength. The signal led them to a star system veiled in a shimmering, translucent barrier, a phenomenon that defied the laws of physics. As the Odyssey approached, the barrier parted, revealing a cluster of planets orbiting a radiant, pulsing star. The star at the center of the system wasn't a typical celestial body. Its energy signature matched that of the Infinite Spire, suggesting it was a construct, an artifact of the architects themselves. The crew named it the Star of Origin, believing it to be a cornerstone of the chain's creation. The planets orbiting the Star of Origin were equally extraordinary. Each one hosted ecosystems that seemed tailored to different aspects of the chain's values: collaboration, innovation, resilience, and balance. It was as if the architects had built these worlds as a living demonstration of what the chain could achieve. Amara and her team landed on one of these planets, a verdant world teeming with bioluminescent forests and crystalline rivers. They encountered structures that resembled the monoliths, but on a grander scale. Vast temples carved with symbols that glowed with an inner light. Inside one of the temples, the crew found an activation chamber. When Amara touched its central console, the symbols began to move, forming patterns that spoke directly to her mind. The architect's voice returned, softer now, yet still filled with purpose. You have reached the first step. What lies ahead is not a test, but a choice. The voice explained that the Star of Origin was one of many such systems scattered across the universe, each serving as a gateway to new dimensions of existence. These gateways weren't just physical. They represented opportunities to transcend, to evolve beyond the limitations of the material world. But with the gateways came responsibility. The architects warned that misuse of their power could lead to destruction on a scale far greater than the veil or the empty. The chain had to decide whether to embrace this next step or remain within the bounds of its current understanding. The Odyssey returned to the galaxy with the architect's message, sparking a debate that would define the next era. Civilizations divided into three schools of thought. The Ascendants. These civilizations believed the gateways were a gift, a chance to reach heights of understanding and existence never before imagined. They advocated for full exploration and integration of the gateway's powers. The Preservers. Cautious and pragmatic, this group argued that the galaxy wasn't ready for such profound changes. They feared the potential for misuse and believed the chain should strengthen itself before taking the next step. The Skeptics. Distrustful of the architects, these civilizations saw the gateways as traps, designed to manipulate or enslave those who used them. They called for the chain to sever its connection to the gateways entirely. The Chainkeepers, caught in the middle, worked to mediate the debate. Kyle Varon, now retired but still a trusted voice, urged caution tempered with curiosity. "We've faced the unknown before," he reminded them. "But we've also learned the cost of moving too quickly. Balance is our strength." Despite the divisions, a coalition of Ascendants and Chainkeepers agreed to open the first gateway. The activation process required immense energy, drawn from the Infinite Spire and the Star of Origin. The gateway shimmered into existence, a swirling portal of light and shadow that seemed to pulse with its own heartbeat. A small expedition team was chosen to step through, led by Amara Rhine. As she crossed the threshold, the galaxy held its breath. What lay on the other side was breathtaking. The gateway led to a realm of infinite possibilities, a place where time, space, and matter were fluid, shaped by thought and intention. It was a realm that defied description, a canvas upon which civilizations could paint their future. But it wasn't empty. As Amara explored, she encountered beings of pure energy, neither hostile nor friendly, but curious. They seemed to recognize her, their forms shifting to mirror her movements. They didn't speak, but their presence carried a single message. Prove yourselves. The Gateway realm was filled with challenges, each one designed to test a different aspect of the chain's values. The expedition faced trials of trust, ingenuity, and perseverance, their success dependent on their ability to work together. Amara's leadership was instrumental. Drawing on her experiences with the Veil and the Infinite Spire, she guided her team through the trials, showing that the chain's strength lay not in uniformity, but in the harmony of its differences. After weeks within the realm, the team reached its center, a vast, glowing sphere that pulsed with the energy of countless civilizations. When they touched it, the architect's voice returned, this time filled with warmth. You have chosen wisely. The path is yours. The expedition returned through the gateway, their success a beacon of hope for the galaxy. The ascendants celebrated, the preservers called for cautious exploration, and even the skeptics couldn't deny the potential of what had been discovered. The Gateway realms became the next frontier, a place where civilizations could learn, grow, and connect in ways that transcended their previous understanding. The chain expanded, not just across space, but into dimensions that had once been unimaginable. As the galaxy embraced this new era, the Chain Keepers evolved once more. They became not just stewards of unity, but guardians of possibility, guiding civilizations as they explored the vast potential of the gateways. Cale Varen passed away, his legacy etched into the Chain's history. Amara Rhine became a symbol of hope and courage, her name spoken alongside the architects as a guide for the future. And as humanity and its allies ventured into the unknown, they carried with them the lesson that had defined their journey. The chain is not just a bond, it is a promise to endure, to grow, and to face the infinite together.
You're back with Jordan Hale, still transmitting across what's left of the airwaves. 99.3 FM. The only thing more stubborn than static these days. If you're hearing me tonight, I want you to do one thing before anything else. Breathe. Just stop for a second and let your breath move slow. I know it's easy to hold it all in lately, like the tension's a dam inside your chest, and cracking even once means everything will flood out. But you have to keep that breath steady, because the air might be thin, but it's still yours. Now, some of you have written to me. Well, scribbled on whatever scraps of paper you could find and passed them to scouts or left them in drop points. You ask about Washington, D.C. You ask if the government's still functioning, if anyone's answering phones in the Pentagon, if the president's alive. I'll tell you what I know. The last confirmed government transmission came out of Fort Meade 12 days ago. It wasn't long, just a burst, 5 seconds, a coordinates ping, followed by 3 words. Signal not secure. Since then, nothing. Not from Langley, not from Cheyenne Mountain, not even NORAD's cold breath on the satellite feeds. But I don't think they're gone. Not all of them. Here's why. 2 nights ago, we caught something on the long-range band. Something tight, encrypted, bouncing off upper atmosphere layers. The kind of signal you only get when someone's trying not to be found. And it wasn't in English. It was coded military telemetry. Directional, intentional, moving. Whatever's out there, they're watching us, but someone's watching them back. For those of you in the southern states, here's your update. Texas is hanging by threads. Amarillo's gone. Lights blotted out one by one until nothing remained but that green horizon glow. El Paso still has a ham relay, though it's weak and only transmitting during the early hours. They say their community's holding together underground, literally. Utility tunnels and parking garages converted into shelter. They've mapped out an entire grid down there, and they're looking for anyone with knowledge of power systems or filtration units. If that's you, and you're within 100 miles, you might want to make contact. New Mexico's desert sky has turned strange. There's talk of floating arcs, metal without sound, shadows that ripple instead of reflect. But more than that, people are going missing. Not attacked, not torn apart, just gone. Left a bag, a flashlight, half of a walkie message that cuts off mid-sentence, like someone stepped into thin air, and it shut behind them. Here's something I need to tell you, and I'm not saying it to scare anyone. I'm saying it because if I don't, and you walk into it unprepared, you won't get a second chance. They're not just above us anymore. There are reports now, small ones, hard to confirm, of things underground, in the sewers, the subway systems. New York's was the first to go silent. We thought maybe it was flooding or collapse. But then we got word from a crew in Philly, ex-municipal workers with gear and maps of the old maintenance shafts. They said they heard something down there. Not footsteps, but a hum. Like electricity, but wrong, organic. They didn't stick around to see more. Smart people. If you're near any kind of tunnel system, storm drain, old bunker, whatever, don't go in alone. Hell, maybe don't go in at all. We don't know what those things want from us, but they're not waiting to be invited anymore. Switching over now to something less grim. I want to tell you about a man named Garrett. He's out in Saskatchewan. A farmer, or used to be. Before the lights came, he had a quiet life. Grew wheat, raised chickens, took care of his wife and kid. Now, he's built what he calls a light trap. Mirrors, spotlights, even disco balls, anything that bounces light off in random directions. He set it up in the middle of a field, and he swears by it. Says the ships avoid it. like the reflections confuse them, scatter their sensors, or mess with their patterns. He doesn't know why. And honestly, neither do I. But it's working for him. So if you've got old car mirrors, tin foil, shiny surfaces, might be worth trying. Sometimes the strangest things turn out to be our best defense. To those out west, near the Rockies, you're holding better than most. The terrain makes it harder for them to track, harder for them to land, if that's what you want to call it. We're hearing about small groups forming enclaves near the old mining towns. Places with natural defenses, high elevation, narrow passes. One of them calls itself Lantern Valley. Not its real name, but they renamed it after they got the lights back on. Solar panels, makeshift wind farms, even a gravity-fed water system. They've got engineers, former park rangers, even a couple of teachers. They read to the kids by candlelight at night, I'm told. Stories from before, about wolves and stars and people who didn't give up. If anyone from Lantern Valley is listening, you're doing more than surviving. You're showing the rest of us how to live again. Time check. It's nearing midnight here. The wind outside is picking up. Feels like another pulse is coming through. Low-frequency tremors that hit deep in the chest. You don't hear them so much as feel them. They come in waves. Sometimes with lights. Sometimes with silence. If you feel one coming, get low. Cut the lights. Wait. Don't panic. They seem to pass faster when we don't move, like they're looking for motion, or heat, or thought. Hell, maybe they can sense that too. I've got one last message before I rest my voice for a minute. A woman near Thunder Bay reported something different. She said she was alone. Her husband had gone out to check the fences and never came back. But then, 2 nights later, he returned. Same face, same voice, same wedding band. But something was off. He didn't blink right, didn't speak unless spoken to, and when she touched his hand, he was cold. Not corpse cold, just empty, like touching glass that had forgotten how to be warm. She locked the door that night. He didn't stop her, just stood there, still, staring. The next morning he was gone again. No tracks, no sign of him ever being there. I don't know what to make of that, but I know she's not the only one. If you've seen something like that, someone who should be gone, coming back wrong, let me know. You're not losing your mind. You're seeing the cracks, and they're real. This is Jordan Hale, 99.3 FM. Still with you, still listening. I'll be back in just a little while. If you're just tuning in, if there's even such a thing anymore, this is Jordan Hale, still transmitting from what's left of 99.3 FM. The sky outside's got that look again, that dim glow like someone left the oven light on in a dead house. You can't really see the source. It's not bright. It's just always there. Like the colors bled into the clouds and doesn't want to come out. You'd think we'd be used to it by now, but every time I look up, my stomach knots. Not because it's scary, but because it never blinks, like something's watching. And we're the only ones who forgot to turn off the lights. I want to talk to you about a girl named Mia. She's 10. Lived in Idaho Falls. Her parents sent a handwritten letter by courier. Not a fancy drone drop or anything like that. Just a person. On foot. Took 6 days to reach us. They said Mia hasn't spoken since the sky turned. Not a word. But she draws. Every day. Same thing over and over. A figure standing in a cornfield, arms too long, face hidden, and behind it, a ship, tall and thin, almost like a tower. with roots coming out the bottom. Roots. She draws them clutching the dirt, as if they're feeding off the ground. No one told her to draw that. No one in her family ever saw a ship like that. But we've heard of them now, from 3 different parts of the continent, always near agricultural zones. Always quiet. No lights, no sound. They just stand there, doing nothing. Or maybe doing something we don't understand. If you've seen something like that, keep your distance. The one near Kansas reportedly caused a blackout within a 10-mile radius, and every compass nearby spun like a bottle in a party no one wanted to be at. These things aren't always loud. Sometimes the silence is worse. To those in Maine, yes, your last signal got through. The lighthouse at Cape Elizabeth is still functional, they say. Someone's been keeping the beam on at night, cycling it between land and sea. It's a long shot, but the theory is simple. If the ships don't like light patterns they can't predict, maybe the beam keeps them away. Or maybe someone out on the water needs to know where the shore is. You asked if you should leave. I don't have an answer. I've never been in your shoes. But I'll say this. Anywhere someone keeps the lights on for others, that's not a place I'd abandon lightly. Still, no word from Mexico City. Nothing in or out. The last we heard, 16 days ago, was from a freelance journalist holed up near Yunnan, sending fragments through a stolen satellite rig. He described massive displacement events, not bombings, not invasions, just vanishing. 1 minute, whole blocks bustling with life. The next, nothing. Air still vibrating like something had just passed through. No bodies, no wreckage, just cold, empty space where people used to be. Whatever this is, it's not war. Not the kind we know. It's something else. Something slow and wide, like a glacier sliding through a city. Let me tell you what happened outside of Billings last week. A man named Curtis, former trucker, was part of a recon unit scoping out supply routes. They passed a valley. Quiet. No sign of movement. And then, a ripple. That's the only way he could describe it. A shimmer in the air, like heat off asphalt, but horizontal, wide. It rolled over the ridge and down the slope. When it passed, every radio cut out, every flashlight died, even their watches stopped ticking. They got out. Fast. But when they went back the next morning, everything electronic was fried. The trees were fine. The grass still waved in the wind. But something had passed through that didn't care about trees. Just us. Whatever they're using, it doesn't look like weapons. But it does the job. Now for those closer to the Great Lakes. We've picked up whisper signals out of Milwaukee. Someone's bouncing messages off the water. Morse, mostly. They're using buoys. Yes, literal floating buoys, with solar repeaters hooked up to hand-cranked transmitters. Smart, low profile, and almost impossible to track, unless you know the timing. If you're near the lake and see a buoy with a red stripe, don't disturb it. It might be the only reason someone 300 miles away knows you're alive. A listener from Duluth sent in a page torn from a book. No letter, just the page. It's from something called The Quiet Earth. A science fiction novel, I think. One line was underlined in pencil. Maybe the stars don't talk back because they never expected us to call. Whoever you are, if you're listening now, I got your message. To anyone near the Gulf Coast, this part's for you. The weather's been changing. I'm not talking about normal storms. I mean wrong ones. Lightning that doesn't strike, just stays there, frozen across the sky. Thunder without clouds. Tides that rise too fast and too far. There are rumors of something rising off the coast near Galveston. Not a ship, a shape, metallic but jagged, like it was never meant to fly, like it grew instead of being built. Someone swears it hummed a tune, 3 notes, over and over. I don't know what it means. I just know more than one person's described the same thing. And when people across hundreds of miles start hearing the same song, you stop calling it coincidence. Let's talk about food. Not because it's cheerful, but because it's vital. The soils aren't behaving the way they should. Crops in some parts of the Midwest are refusing to sprout. Even with rain, even with good seed. Some farmers say the dirt feels different, colder. Others say they've pulled up roots that come out dry and hollow, like paper tubes. We think they've done something, changed the chemistry, maybe, or disrupted something deeper. But here's the twist. In other places, things are growing faster, too fast. Vines that spread 20 feet in a night. Mushrooms that glow faint blue under the stars. A tomato the size of a melon, found in a garden that hadn't been tended in weeks. It's like something's rewriting the rules, but not evenly, not everywhere. My advice, test everything, boil it, cut it open. Let someone else try a bite before you feed it to your whole camp. I know that sounds cruel, but these days, caution is kindness. And one more thing before I take another break. There are voices in the static. No, I'm not losing it. Or maybe I am, but that's beside the point. Last night, I was scanning low band, just out of habit. And between the noise, between 2 pulses, I heard something. Not words, not in any language I know, but it had rhythm, cadence, like a sentence you almost understand. It faded fast, but when I played it back, slowed it down, it almost sounded curious. Not angry, not cruel. Curious. I don't know if that's worse. This is Jordan Hale, still speaking from 99.3 FM. I'm here as long as the generator holds, as long as the cables stay dry, as long as my voice does what I ask it to. Keep listening. I'll keep talking. Because silence, that's how we lose each other. Back soon. I'm back. Jordan Hale, 99.3 FM, still holding the line from somewhere in the Dakotas. If you're just waking up or still listening in the dark, the time here is a little after 3 a.m. But time's funny now. Hard to know what matters anymore when the sun rises behind a filter you didn't ask for. The skies started flickering again. Not all at once, just in places, like loose wires sparking behind clouds. Some say it's electromagnetic. Some say it's communication. I don't think we've got the language to describe it yet. It's not weather. It's not a malfunction. It's presence. That's the best I can give you. Let's talk about the tunnels. Reports from Denver, Salt Lake, Boise, places with deep infrastructure, all tell the same story. Old transit routes are becoming unsafe. Not because they're collapsing, but because they're not empty. There are things down there now. Tall, too tall, silent. Their feet don't echo on the concrete. And when light hits them, it bends, like water warping around a rock. A team that went into a station near Ogden never came back. They'd marked their route, dropped chalk lines, set time-stamped audio pings. At 47 minutes in, their last ping changed frequency, shifted upward, thin and strained like it was being stretched. Then it just cut off. No screams, no crash, just nothing. We've lost a lot of good people to the idea that concrete equals safety. I'm not saying don't take shelter, but if you go underground, leave breadcrumbs. And don't trust echoes. They're not always yours. Moving on. If you're tuning in from Tennessee or the Carolinas, here's what we know. The Blue Ridge Corridor is holding, for the most part. Terrain's making it harder for them to move. Narrow passes, dense trees, natural choke points. Survivors in the Smokies have started reinforcing old ranger cabins and lookout towers, elevated positions, line of sight. It's smart, old school, but it works. One group's using mirrors, signal flashes during the day, candlelight codes at night. If you see 3 flashes, pause, then 2 more. That's them. Don't answer unless you know the response. They've had issues with false replies. Yeah, that's a thing now. People, survivors, reporting encounters with others who look human, sound human, until they get too close. And then it changes. One man told us he met a woman near a river crossing, waving him down. She looked scared, alone, said she'd lost her group and needed food. He offered her a can, and when she reached out, her hand passed through the top half of it. Not around, not beside, through. He ran, didn't stop till the next county. We've had 7 reports like that now. Not exactly the same, but close enough. People who don't seem fully here. Faces that flicker when the light shifts. Voices that lag behind the lips. I don't have a name for them. Not yet. But I know this. Trust your gut. If something feels wrong, it probably is. Let's shift gears for a second. A woman from Ontario, Marcia, sent in a journal entry. She said I could read it on air. Said maybe her words would help someone else feel less crazy. Here's what she wrote. Every morning I boil water, even if I don't drink it, just to hear the hiss, just to know something reacts to heat like it used to. The wind here has a pattern now. 3 short gusts, then 1 long, always before sunset. I think they're testing us, listening. I haven't seen another person in 8 days, but I still brush my hair. I still wear socks that match. I still keep the candles trimmed. Because if I stop doing those things, I think I'll disappear. Marcia, if you're listening, you haven't disappeared. I hear you. And to anyone else feeling the edges fray, do what you can to hold your thread. Even the smallest ritual matters. Make coffee, even if it's cold. Sing a line from a song you used to hate. Anything that reminds you you're still here. We got a blip from Alaska, Nome specifically. One of the outer monitoring posts picked up a signal bouncing from the sea. It wasn't strong, but it repeated. Same word, over and over, in English. Return. They don't know what it means. No context. Just that single word. Now, I'm not saying it's them. Could be anything. Could be a mistake. But why that word? Why not come or go or safe? Return. To what? If you're near Anchorage or farther out, Kodiak maybe, keep an ear open. That same pulse is starting to hit other stations now. Low, rhythmic, like sonar, but wider. More patient. Okay, let's get practical for a minute. You need a power tip? Here's one from a guy named Leon in Nebraska. He built what he calls a light cage. 4 old truck batteries, a small solar panel, and a bunch of old holiday lights wired through a metal frame. During the day, he charges the cage. At night, he powers it up around his camp perimeter. He says it keeps them out, or at least keeps them guessing. Now don't go wasting power if you don't have to, but if you've got spare wiring, LEDs, anything bright, try a pattern they can't predict. Light in motion. It's the static stuff they seem drawn to. Motion confuses them. Back to news. Canada's central corridor between Winnipeg and Thunder Bay is under blackout. No communications, no flare signals, just a gap on the map that keeps growing. A pilot tried to fly over last week. Said the air thickened. Not literally, but that's how he described it. Like flying through syrup. The engine struggled. The instruments wobbled. And then the sky changed. Got pale. Not white, but bleached. Like color had drained out of the atmosphere. He turned around before it got worse. He didn't sleep for 2 days after that. If you're near that region, stay grounded. Don't risk it. Something's changing in the air itself. Still no word from Cuba, or much of the Caribbean. We're getting distorted pulses from the Atlantic. Radio waves bent back toward shore like they're bouncing off something just beyond the waterline. Ships that sailed out haven't returned. If you're planning to head for the coast, reconsider. The ocean isn't the refuge it used to be. Maybe it never was. Before I sign off for a short rest, I want to leave you with something small. A whisper from a listener near Boise. He said, "There are days I don't want to listen anymore. Days when the static feels heavier than the silence. But then I hear your voice, and I remember there's still someone else out there. You listening to me now? You're not just surviving. You're helping someone else hold on. And that's more than we ever thought we'd be capable of. I'll be back soon. Stay low. Stay lit. Stay human." This is Jordan Hale. You're listening to 99.3 FM, if you're still calling it that. Some folks out there have started naming the station other things. The Last Voice, The Wire, The Breather. I don't mind it. Whatever helps you hold on. The power's flickering again. It happens when the sky goes quiet. I've learned to feel it in my chest now. This deep hum, almost too low to hear, but it makes the walls tense. You ever feel your teeth ache for no reason? That's how it starts. If you're anywhere near Montana or the Northern Plains, this part's for you. A group out of Great Falls has been coordinating what they're calling pulse pockets. They've started identifying dead zones in the alien interference. Not just safe zones, but spots where the equipment seems to come back to life, even briefly. Radios, flashlights, old transistor boards. They think it has to do with topography, certain curves in the land that shield the electromagnetic interference, or maybe it's natural magnetism. I'm not a physicist. I'm just a guy with a microphone and a will to keep talking, but they've tested it, and it's working. If you're near the northern edge of the Missouri River, look for the red-painted rocks. They've marked them with an X and a number. Each one corresponds to a frequency you can use for short-distance comms. Keep transmissions brief. Avoid regular patterns. They're listening. We lost contact with a caravan out of Fargo. 8 vehicles. Mixed group. Nurses, supply runners, even a few kids. Their last known position was a checkpoint outside Jamestown. After that, the airwaves went blank. No trace, no engine noise, no distress call. We don't know what happened, but we know what might have. A boy on foot made it to a nearby outpost 2 days later. Said the group had stopped for a rest. That's all. No warning. 1 second they were there, and the next, like flipping a channel. The boy said the trees looked different afterward, taller, tighter. Too close together, he said, like they'd moved while we weren't looking. I don't have anything clever to say about that. Just be careful when you camp. Don't sleep in the same spot twice, and if you feel the wind shift in your sleep, get up, no matter what time it is. Let's talk about dreams. Lately, I've had messages from people all over the continent telling me they've started sharing dreams. Same ones. Doesn't matter if they're in Oregon or Quebec or down in Louisiana. The dreams start in quiet places, empty rooms, long hallways, fields without end. No sound, no sun, just an endless humming, like a string being plucked underwater. And always, at the edge of the dream, something watching, not chasing, not threatening, just observing, like a camera with breath. In some dreams, the figure speaks. No words, just impressions, warmth, distance, curiosity, maybe even regret. Now I know what you might be thinking. Dreams are just stress, shared hallucinations, group psychology. Could be. We've all seen the same sky, the same lights. Our brains could be making sense of the madness any way they can. But what if they're not dreams? What if that's how they talk? Not through signals, not through voice, through sleep. If you've had one of these dreams, write it down. Don't trust your memory. They fade fast. And if you've had more than one, maybe they're trying to tell you something. We've got new reports from the Midwest. Missouri, mostly. A community in the Ozarks has set up what they're calling a sound curtain. They've installed arrays of metal wind chimes, bells, and old vinyl records set on strings to rattle in the breeze. Not music, just noise. Irregular, discordant, unpredictable. And it's working. One of the residents says the ships won't cross it, not directly. They hover outside the perimeter, wait, then move on. They think the irregularity makes it hard to track, or map, or whatever they do when they scan terrain. If you're in a wooded area, this might be worth trying. Keep the sounds organic, keep them moving. It might buy you a few extra minutes if things go bad. To those in cities, I know it feels impossible. Most of the major urban centers are compromised now, not just overrun, but reshaped. What used to be Baltimore is barely recognizable. Whole blocks have been flattened, not destroyed, just erased. Roads that don't lead anywhere. Buildings with no doors. Windows that show the sky on both sides, like someone started rebuilding the city from memory and got it wrong. And the strangest part? It's quiet. No bodies, no chaos, just the hum. I don't know if they're terraforming, testing, or just playing with us, but if you're near any major city and you start seeing the layout change, leave immediately. Out west, Nevada's gone silent again. The desert has this way of swallowing sound, and when something unnatural moves across it, you can feel the silence stretch. Survivors out of Tonopah say they've seen glows beneath the sand. Not fire, not electricity. Something colder. Like the stars fell through the crust and never made it out the other side. I know this sounds unreal. But we're way past unreal, aren't we? Back in January, if someone told you ships would hover over the White House and do nothing, just stare for 23 straight minutes, you'd call them insane. But that happened. We saw it. Millions did. And then they left. Didn't fire a shot. Didn't issue a command. Just hovered, watched, waited, and then left. You tell me what that means. A man named Tobias wrote in from Michigan, said he's stopped running, says he's staying in his barn until it all ends. I won't read everything he wrote, it's personal, but one line stuck with me. We kept looking for reasons, but maybe there aren't any. Maybe we were just next. I don't know if he's right. I hope he's wrong, but I understand the feeling. If you're listening, Tobias, don't go quiet yet. Even if the answers never come, even if none of us make it to whatever this is building toward, Your voice still matters. They haven't taken that from us. Not yet. This is Jordan Hale, 99.3 FM. I'm still here, and as long as my breath holds, you will hear me. This is Jordan Hale, 99.3 FM. If you've still got power, still got batteries, still got an ear pressed close to the speaker, then I'm still here with you. It's just after 4 in the morning. Not that time matters much anymore, but I like to mark it anyway. The night's quiet again. That strange kind of quiet where even the wind feels like it's hiding. If you're out there in the northern stretch of New York State, north of Albany, but before you hit the Canadian border, we've picked up irregular flashes on the radar, bouncing low across the Adirondacks. They're not constant, not coordinated. It's like someone's testing short pulses through the tree cover. What we don't know is if it's ours or theirs. But here's what's strange. Every time a pulse flashes through, animals go still. We've heard from 5 different groups up there. Hunters, campers, an old survivalist network, and all say the same thing. No birds, no bugs, no movement. Just silence. Like nature's holding its breath. So if you're in that region and suddenly everything goes still, I want you to do the same. Find cover. Don't make sound. Don't shine a light. Wait. We don't know what they're scanning for, but it's not random. There are rumors that some of the old broadcast towers are being repurposed. Not by us. They're lighting up in patterns, exactly 7 seconds on, 2 seconds off, then a 10-second silence, then repeat. All on old AM bands we haven't used in decades. Why? Your guess is as good as mine. Maybe they're hijacking our tech. Maybe they're learning how to speak. Or maybe they're just playing with us, testing the waters before they flood the shore. But if you hear that pattern, don't respond. Not on the same band. Not on any band. The last person who tried? She was gone within a day. Her camp still had heat on. Coffee on the stove. No signs of a struggle. Just gone. To the people holed up near Salt Lake, we heard you. Your Morse code message came through. Choppy, but clear enough. You're calling yourselves the Cradle. I like that. Something about the word feels warm, protective. You said you've got 6 families, 1 doctor, and a makeshift greenhouse built out of school bus windows. I don't know how you pulled that off, but it's genius. The heat retention alone probably keeps your interior temps survivable through the nights. You also mentioned that one of your group claims to have seen a transmission. Not heard. Seen. She said it looked like a band of light moving through the air like a ribbon, only visible at a certain angle. Said it passed through her camp like a searchlight, but didn't light up a thing. Not the ground. Not her tent. Nothing. But afterward, her radio signal was 3 times stronger for 2 days. Then it cut out again. So if there's some kind of visual wave, some invisible scan sweeping the land, maybe we've been focusing on the wrong senses. Maybe they're not just listening. Maybe they're watching for watchers. Let me take a second to talk about the power grid, or what's left of it. Most major grids are down, but there are scattered microstations still holding. A few university labs, old hydro setups in Oregon, one stubborn wind farm in Wisconsin that keeps feeding juice to a nearby relay station. They're not strong enough to restore normal life, but they're strong enough to make noise. And noise right now is dangerous. If you've got electricity, shield it. Keep your wires grounded. Wrap your generators in lead or aluminum, if you have it. Don't emit heat without masking it. They're tracking signatures now. Power surges, resonance patterns, anything that doesn't look like the wind. If it flickers, they'll find it. Word from British Columbia. There's a stretch of coastline west of Nanaimo that's being referred to as the Line. Not because of the water, but because there's a band, no more than 100 feet wide, where nothing technological works. Radios cut out, watches stop. Even solar chargers lose their ability to hold a current. It's not permanent, but it's recurring. Every 36 hours, give or take. A wall of silence rolls in like a fog and stays for about 10 minutes before lifting. We don't know what it is, but we do know that the ships never cross it. People have started moving their shelters inside that zone, building small, primitive cabins with no wiring, no heat signatures. It's cold, isolated, but safer maybe. So if you're nearby, maybe that's worth a look. Down in the south, Georgia's become strange. The heat there plays tricks, but this isn't just heat haze. A group near Macon reported seeing duplicate vehicles. Duplicates, like mirrors driving in opposite directions. Same truck, same color, same scratches, except one didn't leave tire tracks. They say the wrong one disappeared when it passed beneath a tree. No flash, no sound, just gone. It's happening in other places now too. Brief duplications, people claiming to see themselves, or their loved ones, out of sync, wrong shoes, wrong voice, too still. We don't know what it means, but we think someone, or something, is trying to learn what we are by wearing what we've been. So if you see something familiar, stop, watch, don't engage. The moment you feel something off, that's your answer. Turn around. A signal from somewhere near Colorado Springs included an audio file. We almost didn't play it. Too distorted, too warped. But we ran it through a filter and got something unusual. A melody. Just 3 notes. Repeating. But layered underneath was a pulse. A steady rhythm, like breath through a broken machine, or a heart slowed down too far. The same pulse has been picked up now in Virginia, Manitoba, and coastal Maine. What does that mean? Maybe they're linked? Maybe it's one thing moving, or many connected by sound. Or maybe it's a countdown. I don't say that to scare you. I say it because this isn't random anymore. There's a method to the silence, a shape behind the static. I'm going to switch off for a little while, save power, rest the circuits. But before I go, I want to leave you with a message. I got scratched onto a metal plate from someone up north. If they didn't want us to hear each other, they wouldn't keep trying to drown us out. We're still here, and that's enough for now. This is Jordan Hale, 99.3 FM. You're not alone. You're still with me. This is Jordan Hale, 99.3 FM. The generator kicked back on about 20 minutes ago after that last pulse knocked it out. It happens more often now, like the air's breathing against the metal, slowing everything down just enough to make you notice. You ever feel that? Like the world's heartbeat stutters for half a second, and when it catches again, you know something changed. Even if nothing looks different, that's been happening more. I want to read something to you. This came in from a handwritten log found near the edge of Lake Michigan, stashed inside a coffee can wrapped in plastic. No name, no date. Just this. I heard a knock at the door last night. 3 taps, then silence. No footsteps, no voice. Just that. But it wasn't the knocking that got me. It was the pause before the 3rd one. Like it wasn't sure how many times we're supposed to knock. Like it was remembering. Whoever left that note, I hear you. You're not crazy. Others have reported the same thing, patterns that feel almost human, but not quite. There's a kind of hesitation in these things, not clumsy, just unfamiliar, like a tourist trying to pass for local. If something knocks, and it feels like it's practicing being a person, don't answer. To the people out in Kansas still using their grain silos as relays, keep doing what you're doing. Your signal made it to us all the way up here in the Dakotas. You're bouncing off the stratosphere just right. One of your messages mentioned the glow. You said it's been following your community since the last storm. No ship, no sound. Just a faint amber light, hovering maybe 200 feet up, never moving more than a mile away. It doesn't scan, doesn't beam, doesn't shift. It just lingers. Some of your people think it's protecting you. Some think it's watching you. One person said it feels like waiting. We don't know what the glow is, but if it hasn't hurt you yet, maybe don't challenge it. I want to talk about something I've avoided for a while. The kids. A lot of you out there are still protecting your children, or trying to. Some of them have started hearing things we don't. Not just voices in the dark or nightmares. That's normal in times like this. I mean tones, frequencies, low, slow waves that pulse through their bones. You know how dogs hear whistles we can't? It's like that. They cover their ears. They cry in rhythms. Some have started mimicking those tones in their sleep. We had a report from Alberta about a boy who began drawing symbols in his food. Same one every time. An arc above a circle, with lines trailing out like legs. He says it's the thing in the sky. His family never saw it, but the symbol matches carvings found in a mining town south of there, etched into steel with something too sharp for any tool they had. The kids are picking up something, and whatever it is, it's getting stronger. To parents, hold them close. Keep them calm. Don't let them fixate. And if they start humming, soft, low, like a lullaby you don't recognize, record it. Save it. We're starting to collect samples. They're nearly identical, and we don't know why. It could be language, or warning. There's been a shift in the southern territories. From Arizona through northern Mexico, the ground's been vibrating, not shaking, just pulsing, rhythmic, steady, like breath or footsteps, or a heartbeat beneath the dust. Seismographs don't register it, but animals are reacting. Coyotes won't howl. Cattle won't graze. Birds won't land. And some people have started hearing whispers, barely audible phrases, always just outside of range. One woman wrote in to say it sounded like her own voice, telling her to come down. She didn't go. Smart. If anyone tells you to come down, don't. You don't know what they mean by down. Here's a fragment from a voice message we got 2 nights ago, relayed by hand. They're not hunting. They're farming. We're the seeds. I don't know what to do with that yet, but I keep thinking about it. About how methodical this all seems. About how little damage they've done, compared to how much they could have done. If this was war, we'd be ash by now. So what is it? Reclamation? Study? Preparation? If you've got answers, I'm listening. A community up near Whitehorse reported something strange. They say the stars shifted, not all at once, just a few. One night, Polaris, North Star, was in the wrong place, only by a little, just a degree or two. But for the people who measure, who track, who trust the sky like an old friend, it was enough. And the next night, it was back. Didn't move, just snapped back into place. You tell me what that means. Maybe the sky is broken. Or maybe someone else is drawing the map now. I'll end this hour with something personal. Last night, I stepped outside the station for air. Just a few minutes. The clouds were low, the trees still, and I looked up. There was nothing there. No ships, no lights, just clouds. But I felt it. This weight, this silence pressing against the sides of my head like I was underwater. And in that moment, I knew. We are not alone. We never were. But now they know we know. And they don't care. That's what's changed. This is Jordan Hale. I'll be back soon. Keep your lights low, your voices quiet, and your memory sharp. You're back with Jordan Hale, 99.3 FM. If the signal's rough tonight, that's not your radio. It's the air. We've been getting some kind of interference in the last hour. Slow, crawling static that pulses like a wave coming in too close to shore. Every time it rolls over, the boards in the station hum. You ever hear wood vibrate? It's like the building's remembering how to breathe. If you're anywhere between Winnipeg and the Dakotas, you may have felt it too. Some are calling it a pressure wave. Others think it's something passing through just beneath us. Not a quake, not sound, just pressure. A reminder we're not the only ones still moving. To the small cluster near Minneapolis, yes, we received your flare signal. Still can't reach you on the standard bands, but that blue pulse you sent out made it through the sky. We saw it. Keep broadcasting every 12 hours. If you can hear me, tap into the frequency I'm using now and listen for a triple click. If you hear it, you're not alone. I want to talk about memory. There's a pattern we've noticed. People forget things now. Little things, not just where they placed a flashlight or the name of an old neighbor. Bigger things, where they lived, who they were with, what year it is. A man from Oregon, Arthur, said he forgot his wife's voice. Not just the sound, but the idea of it. She's alive, still with him. But when she speaks, he says it feels like hearing someone talk through a wall. Like a voice he was supposed to know, but didn't. Other survivors write in saying they wake up in shelters they remember building, but don't remember why. Or they find maps they drew with their own handwriting, with towns they don't recall passing through. It's not just stress, it's not just trauma. Something's pulling at the thread, and we think the ships might be involved. Every time one passes overhead, even from miles off, we see the same effect. People getting headaches, nausea, sudden drops in temperature around their bodies. But the worst part? They forget where they were when it happened. 5 minutes gone. 10. An hour. It's not just us watching them anymore. They're looking inside now. If this happens to you, mark the time, keep a log, use a pencil. Digital watches have been freezing mid-second, and phones don't hold memory anymore the way they should. It's like tech forgets too. One woman wrote in from the outskirts of Boise. She said her dog began barking at the mirror. Not just once, every night, same time. 3 minutes before the pulse came. And then, quiet. Until one night, she looked too, and the reflection blinked first. Don't ask me what that means. I don't know anymore. Back in Texas, there's a small town that's gone completely dark. No name, no reports, no survivors. But the weird thing? It's still lit up on satellite recon. Roads, streetlights, even signs of movement, but no one's heard from them. It's like a recording of a town, still playing. So if you're traveling and come across a place that feels too normal, too bright, too familiar, stop, wait, look for inconsistencies, a moving flag with no wind, a grocery shelf with perfect labels, dogs that don't bark. If something seems untouched, it might be a trap. And speaking of traps, new intel from Montana suggests they've started mimicking our emergency beacons. A survivor named Devin was following a distress signal. Short burst, repeated every 7 seconds, consistent with older FEMA coding. He followed it for 3 hours. When he reached the source, there was no equipment, no shelter, just a hole in the ground, and a warmth in the air, like an open mouth breathing out. He backed away. The signal kept playing. That was 2 nights ago. It's still playing now. We're tracking these ghost signals. If you're running analog radios, watch for codes you don't recognize, especially if they sound too perfect. Static isn't supposed to sound smooth. It's not supposed to sing. Now, let's talk about mirrors. I don't like to say things that sound superstitious. You all know I've tried to keep this grounded. Give you the facts, the updates, the warnings. But this one keeps coming up, and I'd be lying if I didn't bring it to you. People are covering mirrors. Not just in bedrooms or bathrooms, but car-side mirrors, broken glass, anything with a reflection. Because some have reported that their mirrors are changing. Not showing the wrong face, not like movies. More subtle, like showing a second too late, or a detail out of place, a shirt you didn't wear, a bruise you don't remember getting. One family near Rochester said they caught their reflection moving after they stopped. They covered every reflective surface in their shelter that night. Said the silence afterward was the loudest they'd ever heard. I don't know what to tell you about that, but if you've noticed mirrors acting strange, trust your eyes. You're not imagining it. Something is watching back. Last thing for this hour. Something softer. A boy named Eli wrote to us, scribbled on the back of an old cereal box. Said he's 13, staying with his aunt in Colorado. He said every night before bed, he pretends to read a storybook he doesn't have anymore. Said he recites it from memory. Just a made-up tale about stars that fall and land in lakes and become fish. He said he does it because his little cousin still believes stories can keep monsters away. Eli, if you're hearing this, they can. Keep telling those stories. Because whatever this invasion is, whatever's watching from behind our clouds and through our glass and under our feet, they still don't understand one thing. We remember. Even when we forget details, even when the names blur, we remember each other. That's our weapon. That's what they don't have. Memory tied to love, to loss, to each other. So keep writing, keep drawing, keep telling stories in the dark, because the dark doesn't get the final word. This is Jordan Hale signing off for now. 99.3 FM holding the line. You're still listening. I can feel it. That ripple, like heat through copper wire, right before a voice comes through. This is Jordan Hale, still broadcasting on 99.3 FM. We're past 5 in the morning now. Dawn's close, but it's not the kind of dawn you used to know. The light doesn't come like it used to. It sort of leaks in, gray, then green, then that weird silver haze that makes everything feel like you're stuck inside a dream that hasn't decided if it's a nightmare yet. I've got more for you. We've picked up new movement patterns along the Appalachian spine, West Virginia down into northern Georgia. Multiple groups have reported structures appearing overnight. Not tents, not camps, not even tech, really. More like shapes. One described them as pillars made of glass that's always wet, even when it hasn't rained. Another said it looked like wind chimes if the wind chimes were 12 feet tall and hummed without moving. No one saw them arrive. They just were. The next morning. They don't do anything. Not yet. But the temperature drops near them. People feel lightheaded. Some report missing time, seconds, minutes. A girl near Asheville said she stood next to one for only a few breaths, and when she turned around, the sun was in a different place in the sky. No explanation. To anyone near one of these pillars, mark its location and leave it alone. Do not touch it. Do not shine light directly on it. And don't let children near it. We still don't know what they're for. Up near the Canadian border, a man who identified himself only as Old Joe called in using a crank rigged to a copper pipe tower. Said he's been alone since his wife passed in the first wave. Said he's heard them walking at night. Not the ships, the others. He says they don't walk like people. Said it's the rhythm that gives them away. Off time. One foot always landing just a little late, like a marching band made of echoes. But he says he can hear them circling the tree line. Never closer, never farther. Just watching. He asked me to pass along something to anyone who might be hearing this. If they don't come in, it's not because they can't. It's because they haven't decided to. Make of that what you will. To those still operating boats on the Great Lakes, listen closely. A new pattern's emerged, a thin line of fog that traces behind the vessels, not thick, not storm-born, just a veil that rises and holds even when there's no humidity. We're calling it Ghost Wake. One crew reported that the fog had no scent, no taste. But when they cut the engine and sat in it, the compass reversed. The north marker spun south and stayed there until they moved out of the mist. Others have said their clocks ran backward for a full minute. We're not joking. We've confirmed this with 4 different crews using 3 different kinds of timekeeping. Analog, digital, atomic. Whatever's in that fog, it's playing with direction, or rewriting it. Stay out of it. Or if you have to pass through, mark your location before you enter. And pray it's the same place when you come out. We've had requests from listeners asking if there's been any word from Europe, or South America, or beyond. Truth is, no. Not directly. But last night, just before 3 a.m, something came through the static. Not a signal, an image, and I know how that sounds. But I saw it. Just a flicker, like light off metal, like an outline of a skyline I didn't recognize. Towering, bent at angles no human city builds in. Then gone. I don't know if it came from the other side of the world, or from somewhere else entirely. What I do know is that something out there is learning how to speak, or learning how we listen. We've been monitoring a repeating drone that started echoing through the low bands yesterday. It's not constant, more like a breath held too long, then released with a hum. Some techs think it's language. One even believes it's testing tone, like when someone knocks on a wall to see how thick it is. They're tapping, listening for what gives. I want to take a second to talk about the resistance cells that are starting to form. They're quiet, scattered, careful, but they're real. A group out of Utah has begun training old truckers and miners in silent movement, teaching them how to use vibration instead of radios, stomping codes into the ground, using buried cables and tuned rods to feel messages rather than hear them. We used to think our strength was in the sky, in broadcast towers and satellites. Now we're learning. Our strength is in the dirt, in what can't be hacked. There's a woman outside Sacramento who's using old VHS static to send pulse codes, rerouted through coax lines buried under her barn. Every night she sends a single message, broken into analog pulses. We remember the sky. That's it. No call for help, no location, just the same phrase, again and again. I don't know why that one hits so hard. Maybe it's because it sounds like something we all forgot we needed to say. And to the people in the flooded zones, yes, I'm hearing you. The sea's not just rising anymore. It's moving in new ways. Some have seen reflections in waves where there shouldn't be. Whole cities mirrored in the crests. But wrong, warped, like another version of the world just beneath the surface. One diver near Halifax swears he saw buildings on the ocean floor that shouldn't be there. Old, but not ruined. Like they'd been put there recently. Like they were meant to be found by people looking in the wrong direction. If you're near the coast, keep your eyes off the water at night. It's starting to look back. This is Jordan Hale, 99.3 FM, still here, still speaking. If your voice feels small right now, that's okay. Small voices are still voices, and sometimes they're the only ones the dark can't quiet. I'll be back. This is Jordan Hale. If you can hear me, you're tuned to 99.3 FM. Somewhere, some way, you're still with us. That's enough. The signal's drifting again. The static tonight isn't sharp. It's soft, like fabric tearing slowly instead of a quick rip. It's the kind of static that doesn't hurt your ears, but creeps under your skin. I've come to know the difference, and I think you have too. Reports are still coming in from scattered regions across the Midwest and Lower Ontario. What used to be silence is starting to feel watched. Some towns that were untouched for weeks are now seeing movement. Not overt, not the ships overhead, but shadows, walkers, things without rhythm. They stand still until they think you're not watching, and then they move again. One man in Iowa called them the lingerers, says he sees them through his window, never closer than the fence, always at the edge, never blinking, not once. They don't knock, they don't run, they wait. And here's the strange part. He said they showed up the night after he fixed his radio antenna. The moment his signal reached someone else, they came. That's not coincidence. That's cause and effect. It makes you wonder if they aren't the only ones listening. Maybe there's something else out there, drawn to the fact that we're still trying to be human. Let me read something I received last night. Scrawled on notebook paper, folded into a bandage tin, dropped off by a courier passing through Nebraska. They haven't spoken, not in any tongue we understand, but they hum, and if you hum back, something inside you hums with them, not in your ears, in your bones. We're seeing more and more of this, these low vibrations, these tones, traveling through bodies instead of air. It's communication, but not with the mind. It's with matter, with cells. And we don't know what it's saying. I'm not telling you to hum back. I'm telling you not to. Not yet. Not until we understand what it might mean. Until we know if it's a question or a command. To the camps in Arkansas and Oklahoma, your trails are marked and noted. The reflective cloth system you're using is working. That's confirmation from 4 other parties. It's primitive, but it's genius. Just strips of aluminum foil and mirrored tape tied to branches. Spaced apart, they flash in sequence when hit by flashlight from the right angle. Anyone moving through those woods at night can find you if they know what to look for. Keep using it. Just remember, if we can read it, they might too. A group from Nashville reported a strange sight on the horizon. Not a ship, not a shadow, a tower. Metal, maybe. But no known design. Thin as scaffolding, but rising straight into the cloud deck. No ladder, no platform, no function. It wasn't there the day before. And when they returned 2 days later, it was gone. No wreckage, no foundation, just crushed grass where something heavy had stood. If these things are building, then we're not just being studied anymore. We're being replaced. I want to shift gears for a moment. There's a woman named Sophia, writing from the Vermont woods. She says her group has taken to leaving handwritten stories for each other. Not instructions, not survival tips, just memories. The smell of a warm kitchen, a dog barking from a porch, a song they used to hear through paper-thin walls on Sunday mornings. They bury them in jars, wrap them in wax paper, hide them under tree roots. She says it keeps them sane, and I believe her. Sometimes surviving isn't about rations or shelter or clever defenses. It's about remembering who we were, so whatever we become still has shape. If you're out there and you've got a scrap of paper, write something down. A memory, a name, a favorite meal. The last thing someone said to you before the world tilted. Seal it in plastic, hide it under a rock, somewhere safe, because one day someone might find it. And that might be the first moment they feel real again. We've also had an increase in what we're calling time loops. People reporting déjà vu. Not the regular kind. Not the "have I been here before?" kind. More like, I was here. This already happened. And not yesterday, but minutes ago. A man in Missouri said he walked to his neighbor's barn to borrow a lantern like he'd done 100 times before. But when he got there, the lantern was already on the table, lit, still warm, and his own footprints were already in the dirt. He swears he never took that walk before. Not in this version of the night. This is happening more often, especially near the zones with heavy electromagnetic distortion. It's not hallucination. It's something bending reality just slightly, like someone trying to fold time without creasing it. Are they testing memory? Testing causality? Or are we slipping into something they built without knowing? Whatever the case, if time feels loose, anchor yourself. Write the day. Speak your name. Tell someone beside you what just happened, even if they already know. Keep your timeline tied down before someone else edits it. And here's something else. A pilot from Montana, one of the last licensed bush pilots still running short-distance runs, flew over what used to be a small town near the Idaho border. Said it was gone, not destroyed, not burned, just missing. And in its place was a circle of scorched land, perfect in shape, as if someone cut out the town and laid a shadow down in its place, a kind of absence that has weight. He said his plane dipped, just slightly, when it passed overhead, like the air didn't know how to hold itself together above the hole. He didn't fly that way again. None of us would. Last note for this hour. It's from a woman named Rena in Minnesota. She lost her father early on. Said she used to sit with him on the porch during summer storms and count the seconds between the flash and the thunder. She said now she does the same thing with the pulses in the sky. She said the distance between them is shrinking. Hold on to that thought. Not because it's comforting, but because it means something is coming closer. This is Jordan Hale, and I'm still here. You're listening to Jordan Hale, still here, still breathing, still holding station 99.3 FM together with copper wire, duct tape, and the stubborn will of people who refuse to go quiet. I want to talk to you about stillness. We're conditioned to think quiet is safety, that silence means you've gone unnoticed. But lately, that rule's been breaking. Reports are coming in from across the upper Midwest, Minnesota, the Dakotas, even parts of Wisconsin, about zones of perfect silence. Not just the absence of sound. I mean nothing. No wind, no buzz of insects, no creaking of trees or whisper of boots in gravel. People walking through these zones describe it as stepping into a vacuum. You don't even hear your own breath. Not in your ears, not in your chest. Like the air forgot how to carry sound. Some people stay. Think it's safe. It isn't. 2 scouts from a rail team in Duluth entered one such zone near a frozen lake bed. They didn't come back. Their footprints led in, but none came out. And then, hours later, the sound returned. Not gradually, not fading in, just snapped back, mid-wind, as if someone hit unpause on the world. If you're out there and the world suddenly goes still, move. Don't trust that quiet. Get out of that place and don't look back. We've also got something new. Sky glyphs. A community near the Montana-Wyoming border reported geometric formations appearing in cloud banks. Thin lines, too precise to be natural. Triangles, spirals, lattice grids stretched like circuitry across the sky. They don't last long. 10 seconds, maybe 20. Then they melt back into fog like a drawing being erased. No light, no sound. But after each one appears, people nearby report confusion, nausea, sudden panic attacks. Some lose memory of what they were doing moments before. We think it's a transmission, but not one meant for us. Maybe it's a signal to each other. Maybe it's mapping data. Or maybe we're just seeing the bleed off of something bigger than we can hold in our heads. Whatever it is, don't stare too long. Look, note it, then look away. Someone wrote me from Idaho. Said their group's begun using stones to talk. Literal stones, arranged in patterns, left on hillsides and beside rivers, circles for safe, arrows for supplies, stacked towers for stay away. It's not new. Humans have done that for thousands of years. But now it's the only language some of us trust not to be intercepted. No static, no back doors, just rock, weight, and gravity. And I'll tell you something strange. Someone, or something, is answering. A scout left a spiral of stones in an open field last week. She came back the next day. The spiral had been copied. Further out, in the same field, but made from bones, not human, not animal either. No one's gone near the field since. Let me take you up north for a second. Near Yellowknife, a fisherman picked up a low-frequency rumble in the ice shelf, said it sounded like singing, but not voices, more like engines tuned to a melody. He drilled down, thinking it was thermal cracking, but what he found was stranger. The water glowed. Not bright, Not radioactive. Just this pale, steady shimmer pulsing beneath the surface, like the whole lake had become an eye waiting to blink. He left, marked the spot, but the next morning, the hole had frozen solid, faster than it should have, and the shimmer was gone. To anyone working near the northern lakes, be careful. Something's stirring beneath the ice. Something old. To the woman who sent the cassette from Missoula, thank you. You said your group listens every night, even if the signal's buried in white noise. You said your youngest thinks the radio is like a ghost, that I'm someone who died, but keeps talking because no one told me to stop. I laughed at that. A real laugh. First one I've had in days. Maybe that kid's not wrong. Maybe we're all ghosts now. Just not the kind that gave up. I want to speak now to the people who still carry maps. If your routes are changing, you're not wrong. Several major land features have shifted. I don't mean tectonics. I mean roads that don't match their own asphalt. Rivers that no longer bend where they used to. Fields that seem wider, flatter, stretched out like someone grabbed the edges and pulled. We had a ranger team go out from Boise. Old hands. Knew the backcountry better than they knew their own birthdays. They followed a trail they'd taken hundreds of times, one that should have ended near an abandoned fire tower. But it didn't. It ended in water. A lake that wasn't supposed to be there. No name, no wildlife, no sound. Still as glass. They turned back. Smart move. That trail doesn't exist anymore. And it's not the only one. Something's moving the shape of the world, like a cartographer with a grudge. Out east, a group just outside Pittsburgh reported voices in steel. This is real. We've confirmed it now 3 times. People are hearing faint whispers coming from abandoned structures, not through radios, through metal, bridges, water towers, rusted fences. If you put your ear to the steel at the right moment, you'll hear it. Not in English, not any language we know, but deliberate, like someone talking through a hallway that stretches across a continent. Maybe the old bones of our cities are being used as antennae. Maybe they're not even ours anymore. Now, I've got one more thing before I let the relay cool down. It's a message from a girl named Malia. She's 15, somewhere near Flagstaff. She wrote on the back of an old music theory workbook. Said she used to play cello. Said she hasn't heard music in months. Only the sky. She wrote, I still remember the feeling of strings under my fingers. I play in my head when it gets too quiet. I think if I imagine hard enough, they'll hear it. Not the bad ones. The others. The ones who haven't forgotten how to feel. Malia, if you're out there, I hear you. Keep playing, even if it's only in your head. You never know who's listening. And to the rest of you, don't stop making noise. The kind of noise that reminds you you're alive. Not panic, not fear, just life. A laugh, a footstep, a breath held too long and finally let go. This is Jordan Hale, and this is still 99.3 FM. I'll be back after the silence fades. It's Jordan Hale, 99.3 FM, the quiet hour just before sunrise. I think about time differently now. Used to be we measured it in hours, in schedules, in countdowns to some new launch or holiday sale, or Monday morning traffic. Now we measure it in pulses, in tremors, in how long the lights stay off, in how long you can go without hearing that low hum return. I just had one of those moments. You know the ones, where you stop mid-sentence, and for a second, it feels like the whole world leaned in closer, not to listen, just to be there. A pressure, like standing in a deep canyon and knowing something's awake at the bottom. So if I pause tonight, if my voice cracks or trails off, just wait. I'll come back. I always do. News out of New England. A survivor unit in northern Vermont, mostly old Forest Service rangers and 2 younger families, has gone dark. We got a transmission from them a few nights ago. Said they'd started noticing duplicates in their group. People with the same voice, same face, same mannerisms. Just small things off. One smiled too often. One didn't blink enough. One forgot the name of a dog he'd raised from a pup. So they held a vote. Decided to isolate the doubles. 1 in each cabin. No harm. Just separate until they figured it out. The next morning, everyone was gone. Cabins intact, fires still warm, radios silent, and in the main hall, 3 chairs turned toward the door, perfectly lined up. No footprints, no blood, no damage, just the chairs and the dog, the real one, we think. He won't leave the hall. Make of that what you will. Reports out of Northern California say the redwoods are glowing again, but not like before. This time it's from the inside. The trunks are pulsing with faint green light only visible at night. It travels like a heartbeat, one tree to the next to the next. It's not artificial, not tech, and it's not us. Botanists, those who remain, say it's impossible, that no natural organism can carry light like that through living wood. But the trees don't seem to care what's possible, they just do it. And it's spreading. Oregon's already seen similar pulses in its deeper forests. Washington, too. The oldest trees are humming, and we're starting to think they're responding to something. Maybe they always have. Let's talk about dreams again. I've been asking you to send them in, and you have. Hundreds of fragments. Some hopeful. Most not. But here's the common thread. You're dreaming of places you've never been, cities that don't exist, streets with no names, buildings shaped wrong, skies that curve inward. And then, just before waking, you feel something watching you from above. Not flying, not hovering, just waiting. It's not a nightmare. It's not fear. It's recognition. Like something finally noticed you. One listener from Ontario said in her dream she was walking through a city made of black stone with rivers of static running between the buildings. Every time she stepped over one, she forgot a memory, a real one. First her school, then her brother, then her name. And just before she woke up, she heard a voice, her own voice whisper, "Now they know how to open you." Yeah, that's the kind of thing that stays with you. So if you're dreaming more than usual, start writing it down. Keep a log. Compare with others. They might not be just dreams anymore. We got a package from down south, Tennessee, I think, wrapped in wax paper. No note, just a map. Hand-drawn, rough, charcoal lines, marked in red, 5 locations, each one labeled with a single word. Pulse, bloom, mirror, hollow, return. None of those places exist on any current map, but one matches the location of a flare we tracked last week. We're calling them event points. We don't know what they do, but people who pass through those areas all report the same thing, feeling watched after they left, not during, not in the moment. After. It's like walking through a memory that didn't belong to you, and only realizing it later. We've heard from a small group of engineers outside Detroit. They've taken up in an old industrial park, trying to rebuild analog tech, radios, typewriters, crank tools, anything that doesn't require a microchip. They call it the Quiet Forge. They said something smart. If they broke our tools, we go back to the ones they can't touch. They've built short-range transmitters using copper and quartz, hand-spun generators, even a type of mechanical printer using parts from sewing machines. So if you're in the area and know how to wire by hand, how to solder or crank or press, head that way. They're teaching others. They're growing. And more importantly, they're staying hidden. Because digital glows. Analog survives. One more update before I cycle the relay. New Mexico's high plains have started whispering again. A pattern we thought stopped months ago has come back. Only at night. Only when the wind moves east. Only when the stars are visible. You lie still. Absolutely still. And you can hear it in the sand. A phrase, not in a human voice, but shaped like one. No one's agreed on what it says yet. But most hear something close to. You were louder than we expected. I don't know if that's a warning or a compliment. Maybe both. This is Jordan Hale. Still speaking. Still listening. Still here. And if you are too, then the story's not done. Jordan Hale, 99.3 FM, still on the wire. Still broadcasting. If you're hearing this, even faint, even buried beneath static, then you've already done the hard part. You stayed alive. You stayed alert. You kept your receiver on, even when the night begged you to switch it off. There's a story I want to share with you. Came in from Montana. Man named Ellis. Mid-60s, ex-radio tech from way back. He's been living alone in an old ranger outpost since last fall. Said something started happening about 3 weeks ago. Something he couldn't explain. The stars began shifting. Not all at once, but one by one. A slow drift. Orion's belt nudging westward. The Big Dipper stretching like a photograph in water. And then, for just one night, a new star appeared. Large, steady, right where Polaris should have been. He watched it with binoculars. Said it didn't blink. Didn't pulse. Just watched back. The next night, Polaris was there again. The new one was gone. He's not the only one to report this. Something is moving above us. Something with purpose. Something that knows our sky better than we do. And maybe before we did. We've picked up whispers from northern Maine, small farming collectives still holding together under thermal blankets and makeshift crop domes. One of them, run by a woman named Letty, has been experimenting with sound disruption. Not for communication, for defense. They've built what she calls scramblers, not weapons, just analog devices that broadcast random noise at low volume. Metal screws and tumblers, glass beads rolling over steel sheets, wind-powered tone wheels from old music boxes. It's irregular, unpatterned, and according to her, the ships won't pass overhead when they're running. She thinks it's not the volume, it's the confusion. That maybe the ships, or the things that guide them, don't like what they can't predict. It's a theory. But so far, her farm's still standing. If you've got scrap metal, beads, strings, old toys, try it. Make a wall of nonsense. Sometimes the best defense is gibberish. Back in the Rockies, there's been another kind of signal, one that doesn't use sound at all. Hikers near the ruins of Estes Park have reported seeing flashes in their vision. Not in the sky, not with lights. Inside their own heads, shapes, numbers, images that don't linger, like a memory you didn't earn. Some have described it as a kind of forced dream, a fast download you didn't ask for, filling your skull with things that don't belong to you. One man saw blue corridors stretching into infinity. A woman saw a machine made of mirrors, reflecting nothing. A child saw herself sleeping. From the outside, we don't know what it means. Could be scans. Could be tests. Could be something trying to interface without asking first. If it happens to you, if you feel your thoughts stretch too far, ground yourself. Speak out loud. Say your name. Say the day. Eat something if you can. Drink. Touch something solid and real. Remind the world that you're here. Because whatever's brushing against us isn't. I want to touch on something difficult now. Loss. We don't talk about it enough anymore. Not because it's rare, but because it's constant. We brace for it like bad weather. We expect it. And in doing so, we forget to grieve. So tonight, I'm lighting a candle for names I've been given. Just first names. No details. No last words. Just people someone wanted to remember. Morgan, Jasper, Tyra, Anil, Harper, Diego, Luan, Sister Ruth, Little Eli. I say them out loud because someone asked me to, and because the act of saying matters, even if the person's gone, even if the voice doesn't carry far. Say the names, in the dark, in the cold, on the trail, in the stillness. Say them, because silence is where forgetting begins. A whisper out of Nevada came in last night, coded, almost too distorted to catch. But we cleaned it up, and this is what we heard. The salt is cracking. There's something beneath the basin. It isn't land. That's all. No coordinates. No call for help. Just that line, repeated 3 times. We think it came from somewhere near Black Rock Desert. People have said the playa hums differently now, that it breathes at night, expanding and shrinking like lungs too large to fit the earth. If you're headed west, be careful in the flats. The land there doesn't sleep anymore. Update from a cluster outside Baton Rouge. A community shelter was recently overtaken, not by an attack, but by confusion. Something interfered with their speech. It started with slurring, then full loss of words. Thoughts intact, but the mouth unable to catch up. Like a skipped record on loop. They said it only lasted minutes, but when it ended, none of their clocks matched. Each one lost a different amount of time. Theories? Some kind of neurological disruption, a pulse, a test, maybe a warning. Whatever it was precise. Localized. Which means they're targeting specific people, not just places. If your words ever start to slip, don't panic. Breathe. Write instead. Signal with light. There are still ways to be heard, even when the voice fails. I'll leave you tonight with something I haven't shared before. A letter from a boy who signed it only as R. Dear Radio Man, I don't know what the world was like before. My mom says it had parades and ice cream and parks with music in them. I don't remember any of that. But I like the sound of your voice. It makes me feel like we didn't lose everything. Just most things. Maybe the rest will come back if we keep talking. From R. Kid, if you're hearing this, you didn't miss everything. The world's still in here. In us. in the voices we refuse to let die. This is Jordan Hale. You keep talking. I'll keep listening. And together, we'll remember the sound of what we were. This is Jordan Hale. Still here. Still transmitting across what's left of the morning. You're listening to 99.3 FM. If your dial still means anything. There's a kind of static in the wires tonight. Not loud, not jagged. Just deep. It hums under everything like a second heartbeat, and when it hits the right pitch, even the walls seem to listen. A new report came in from eastern Colorado. They're calling it the still wind. It starts with everything going absolutely calm. No breeze, no birds, not even the sound of your own footfalls if you're outside. Like the world forgets how to echo. And then comes the real part. A low tone, felt more than heard. A single note that stretches across the plains like it's being pulled from under the soil. Anyone caught in it says the same thing. You can't think straight. Not fear, not panic, just fog, like your thoughts are rerouted somewhere else. People who've walked through it say they lost time. Hours, in some cases. A woman said she walked into still wind at sunset and came out with the moon overhead. But her watch hadn't moved a second. She'd written something on her own hand in that time. 4 words. It asked. I answered. She doesn't remember writing it. So far, it only lasts a few minutes. Then the sound stops. The wind comes back. The birds return, though not always the same ones. Whatever this is, it's growing. If you're traveling through open country and feel everything go too quiet, leave. Walk backward if you have to. Don't let the silence catch you. In the Northwest, someone sent a scrap of paper from a lost outpost near Yakima. Just 1 sentence. They don't take your body. They take where you used to be. It hit me hard because that matches something others have said about voids, places where people used to be. Not graves, not bloodstains, just absences, like the space around them forgot how to hold a person. Sometimes it's a house that no longer has the scent it once did, or a chair that never creaks again, a garden that stops growing, like the world edits itself after they leave. And lately, those edits have been faster. A camp up near Edmonton reported that a barn disappeared mid-meal. One moment it was there, holding 5 people and a stash of dry goods. The next moment, just a hole in the dirt. No sound, no flash, just a sudden skip in reality. So what does it mean? We're not sure. Some think the land itself is being rewritten. Others think these things, whatever they are correcting mistakes, erasing choices. But what mistake is a barn? Out in the Great Lakes region, we've been tracking something they're calling the mirror fog. Unlike the mist you're used to, this stuff reflects. Not light, not color, but memory. People walking through it have reported seeing places they haven't been to in years, streets they grew up on, bedrooms long since lost, even people. But the trick is, you can't interact, you can only watch. A man named Felix said he walked through fog for 2 minutes and saw his sister's face 5 feet away. She died 2 years ago, but she was there, sitting in a chair that used to be in their parents' home, folding laundry. When he called her name, she didn't react, just kept folding. Then the fog broke, and the chair was gone. These aren't ghosts. They're echoes, rebounds, maybe even bait. If you find yourself in that kind of fog, keep your eyes low. Don't let your past slow your steps. because that's what it wants, to stop you, to catch you remembering. Back in the central states, Kansas, Nebraska, parts of Missouri, we're seeing new shapes. Not ships, not towers, but lines. Thin beams in the sky, like fishing wire strung from horizon to horizon. Barely visible unless the light catches them just right at dusk. Pilots say they mess with elevation readings. Walkers say they pass through you, not around. And when they do, for a moment, you feel colder inside your skin than outside it. We've marked 6 of them so far. But there are more. We think they're mapping us, drawing coordinates not on land, but on us. Maybe our thoughts, maybe our heat, maybe the dreams we have when we think we're alone. There's something going on beneath Lake Superior. No one's been able to dive since the power went out, but sonar scans, run off manual pulse rigs, have picked up something rising from the floor. Not metal, not rock. Something soft, organic, and growing. It pulses every 4 hours, like a heartbeat on its own rhythm. No light, no heat. Just a soft vibration you can feel if you're standing within a mile of the shoreline. Locals near Thunder Bay say the gulls won't land anymore, and the wind tastes wrong. If you're inland, stay there. Back here at the station, I've been running a low-frequency hum beneath my broadcast, just enough to mask the signal signature. It's been working, so far. The last time I shut it off, the power went out and didn't come back for 3 days. I think the broadcast matters, not because of what I'm saying, but because it marks us, tells them there's still a voice here, still a story running, still someone paying attention. Before I close out this hour, I want to share something someone etched into a piece of wood they left near the railroad tracks just west of Fargo. We don't have to win. We just have to last long enough for the ending to find us. That's not defeat. That's resistance. Sometimes surviving is enough. This is Jordan Hale, 99.3 FM. And I'm still here. You're still on the line with Jordan Hale, 99.3 FM. The snow's started again here, or what looks like snow. The flakes don't melt when they hit the ground anymore. They just sit there, light as ash, cold as bone, dry to the touch. Some people say they hum if you put enough of them in a metal pan. I haven't tested that theory yet. But I believe it. Whatever this stuff is, it isn't weather. It falls only at night, stops right at sunrise. There's no cloud cover, no wind pattern to track it. And every time it comes down, the signal strength drops by half. Some are calling it skyfall, others call it warning dust. One mechanic said it eats copper like rust on speed. If you see it start to fall, cover your electronics, bury your tools, shut your mouths and breathe through cloth. We don't know if it's alive, but it acts like it is. Now, more strange news from Alaska. I've been trying to confirm this story for days, and we finally got a direct relay. A team north of Anchorage set up camp in an old outpost with steel doors and buried comms. Everything sealed, no windows. And still, they woke up to find a light moving across the inside wall. No source, just a glow, traveling like a shadow cast by nothing. It moved slow, back and forth, almost like it was scanning. One of them tried to touch it. His hand went numb, not cold, not tingly, just absent. For 5 minutes he couldn't feel his own fingers. They worked, but he said it was like they didn't belong to him. Since then, their team's been taking shifts, watching the walls, waiting. It hasn't come back. but the hand still hasn't warmed up. I've said this before, and I'll say it again. Do not interact with light you don't understand. If it bends wrong, floats wrong, glows without a source, back away. Speaking of strange light, northern lights are back, or something like them, except they're moving south. Last night, we got reports of auroras in the skies above Oklahoma, Arkansas, and southern Illinois. Pink, blue, yellow. Slow-moving waves like oil on water. No noise. No temperature change. But people who stood under them said they started remembering things that hadn't happened yet. A man in Tulsa said he saw his own hands tying a rope he hadn't touched. A girl in Paducah said she remembered a storm that hasn't hit yet. An old man near Springfield said he watched himself walk into a field he's never seen. They're not hallucinations, not dreams. They're too specific. Whatever's in that light, it's showing us forward or sideways. Or maybe it's just peeling the now into layers and letting us see where the seams used to be. Stay out from under it. The future doesn't belong to us yet, and it might not want us looking. A message came in from a small safe house outside Toronto. They've taken to living underground, not out of fear, but out of necessity. They say the sky's too crowded now. Not ships, not drones, just outlines. Shapes that move only when not directly watched. Clouds that hold too long. Stars that duplicate themselves, then vanish when you blink. They're calling it the ceiling, and they think it's coming down. One of them, her name was Natalie, sent this note. It's not a war. It's not an invasion. It's a retuning. They're adjusting the pitch of the world until we're in harmony, or we break trying. I don't know if she's right, but I can't stop thinking about it. There's a child in Wyoming who draws symbols in the dirt. Same ones, every day. Doesn't talk. Just draws. Nobody taught him the shapes. They don't match anything in known language, but they do match carvings found on the bottom of a drained reservoir near Butte. We cross-checked. Same lines. Same curve. Same break near the base. And here's the part that matters. The child draws new ones now. Not random. Not scribbles. Progressions. He's continuing a sentence none of us can read. Whatever this is, it started long before us. And we're not its first audience. I've been talking a lot about signals, echoes, things we can't see but feel in our teeth, in our bones. But now something's come in that's not a signal, not a dream, not even a vision. It's a voice, real, human, but repeating. Looped through abandoned frequencies, bouncing between hills like it's afraid to land. It says, "We forgive you, but we remember, and we are watching." That's it. No location, no origin stamp, just that. The cadence is wrong, like someone imitating emotion. We think it's synthesized, but not by us. So if you hear it, don't answer. Don't repeat it. Just listen, and then turn it off. Because forgiveness offered without context is just bait. A courier from northern Nevada stopped by the edge of our relay line and left a roll of film. Developed it here by hand. Grainy shots of a massive crater. Perfectly round, no debris. Edges glassed smooth like they were melted in place. Middle of the crater? A door. Not a hatch. Not a gate. A door. Wooden frame. Brass handle. No hinges. Nothing around it but stone. People went in. No one's come out. It hasn't moved. The wind won't touch it. Birds don't fly over it. We don't know what's behind it. But if there's a door, someone built it. And if someone built it, someone left it open. This is Jordan Hale. If you're still with me, keep your voice ready. Even if you don't speak out loud, think something sharp, something true. Hold on to your name like a lifeline. Because the world's getting stranger, and you're going to need every piece of yourself to stay human through what's coming next. It's just past midnight, or so I think. You start to lose track of time when the clocks spin wrong and the sun forgets where to rise. But I'm still here, Jordan Hale, broadcasting from 99.3 FM. If you're out there in the Badlands, somewhere near what used to be the Wyoming-Idaho border, keep your distance from the hollow labeled on old maps as Dustin Vale. I've only said that name once on this broadcast. And I'm saying it again now because we got a relay from someone who went in and came back out. Barely. Her name was Lydia, former cartographer. She was trying to chart the new terrain shifts, trace fault lines that didn't exist last year. She thought Dustin Vale was just an abandoned name, a ghost town on a dusty map. She was wrong. She said it started when the trees stopped having shadows. Not right away, just a few of them. Then all of them. She looked back at her own boots, still casting one. But the trees? Nothing. Then the sound changed. Not silence, not static. More like the hum of a highway from far away, except there was no road, no wind. Just that steady, pulsing hum that rose and fell with her breath. She kept going anyway. That's when she saw the sign. Not a welcome sign, a warning, nailed to the ground, not a post. Painted black letters, barely legible. The Vale remembers. No other words, no direction, no threat. But she said when she tried to turn around, the ground felt soft. Not mud, not sand, just wrong. Like the earth had been hollowed out and filled with breath. She ran, got back to her rig, and drove until the hum in her skull stopped. When she finally radioed us, her voice was shaking, not from fear, from recognition. She said she'd seen that place before, not in a dream, not in a photo, but as a child, somewhere buried in the back of memory. She said the Vale had been waiting. So here's my message to all of you out there still moving across the interior. Don't go near Dustin Vale. Don't enter any land where the shadows fail to fall. And if you see a sign that seems like it wasn't made for humans, walk away. Some places didn't survive the invasion. Some places welcomed it. In other news, the relay towers in northern Michigan are back online, barely. Power fluctuations are constant, and they've started noticing a pattern. Every time the signal weakens, the nearby dogs bark. All of them. In sync. Exactly 7 seconds apart. Then silence. And right after, the power stabilizes. Almost like the signal needs that pattern to ground itself. We don't know what it means. Could be biological resonance, could be something else entirely. But if you're manning a signal relay and animals start behaving like metronomes, record it. Monitor what happens after. We think the invaders might be using life itself to stabilize their frequency grids. The new weather system moving through the Pacific Northwest isn't weather. We've confirmed that the rain falling in parts of Oregon and Washington is carrying particulate matter that interferes with mechanical memory. USB drives wiped, tape recorders reversed. One guy said the entire analog reel he'd recorded his daughter's voice on came out playing backward. Not in reverse, not sped up, backward, and she never said the words it now plays. The new track is in a different voice, not hers. He hasn't played it since. So, if it's raining, especially if the drops don't evaporate or leave spots on glass, don't bring your machines outside. Wrap what you can in foil. Keep your comms gear dry. And whatever you do, don't play back recordings until you're somewhere safe. Because it's not just sound they're stealing anymore. They're rewriting memory itself. A new survivor camp has been established near Asheville, North Carolina. They call themselves the Chorus. They're not religious, not militarized. They're just trying something different. Coordinated frequency response. They broadcast together at the same time on different devices, reading from the same handwritten journal. Doesn't matter what the words are. Could be recipes, could be folk tales, could be dreams, but they read together. And when they do, the air shifts. Their perimeter strengthens. Static clears. One woman said it feels like resonance armor, like voices in unison confuse whatever's watching from above. So maybe that's the answer. Not silence, not screaming. Harmony, even if it's only human. I'm signing off for now. My hands are cold, and the generator's rattling again. But I'll be back. If you're in Dustin Vale, turn around. If you're beneath the aurora, don't stare. And if you're scared to speak, remember, your voice is still yours, and it's still heard. This is Jordan Hale, 99.3 FM. Hold fast, we're not done yet. This is Jordan Hale, still here, still transmitting, still watching the same static ripple across the same broken meters on the same board I've been speaking into for how long now? I don't know, but it doesn't matter. You're still out there, and that means we keep going. Quick update from the Gulf Coast. The tides have changed direction. Not once, not with the storm, permanently. Waves now move inward in places where they used to retreat. Salt water climbing up into rivers that haven't seen a hint of brine in 100 years. It started near Galveston and has crept north along the bayous, rising, swelling, pausing, and then draining back, not to the sea, but somewhere else. Boats that drift too far from the new tide line, they don't come back. One survivor from Louisiana made it to the edge of Mississippi with a message carved into the inside of his canoe. The water leads downward, not out. We don't know what that means yet, but I'm starting to believe him. For those still clustered near the Rockies, particularly the high plains, something strange is happening with the echoes. And I mean literal echoes. People are reporting that their own voices bounce back. Different. Not off. Not reversed. Just changed. Like someone else mimicking them a split second too late. A woman near Fort Collins said she called out to her son while working in the shed. He answered. But then, from the canyon wall behind their house, she heard her own voice repeat the words. Slower. Like it was learning. She said she hasn't spoken above a whisper since. If you hear your own words come back to you with something wrong inside them, don't answer. That echo isn't for you anymore. In Alberta, they've reported something older, pictographs, in caves that had already been mapped decades ago, not fresh carvings, weathered ones, as if they'd always been there and only just now remembered to be visible again. The drawings don't match anything in our known record. Circles, mouthless figures, lines that trace the horizon but curve at the ends like smiles. but the last drawing in every set is the same. A group of figures looking up, and above them, just one line. A vertical mark, like something descending. Here's the part that gets me. In every cave so far, the last mark, the descending line, has been cut deeper, like it was added later. Not by us. Someone or something left a message long ago, and now they're finishing it. A new survivor cluster has emerged in the ruins of what used to be Indianapolis. They're not broadcasting, not writing, not signaling, but they're there. We've received intercepted heat patterns, tight, uniform, repeating in a way that no natural group would sit. We don't know if they're human, but they blink in Morse. And they're sending one phrase over and over. The city is not empty. People near the Great Lakes have confirmed it too. Buildings where power still flows. Lights that switch on in windowless towers. Traffic signals blinking in places where roads are buried. Someone is there. Or something is pretending to be. I want to read something now from a girl named Sienna, 12 years old, sent through a courier named Mason, who found the note inside a mason jar floating down what used to be the Connecticut River. I think the sky broke. Not all at once, just a little, like a crack in a mirror. It still looks like the sky, but when I stare too long, I get a headache in my teeth. I miss grass. I miss loud music. I miss forgetting what time it is because it didn't matter. Tell the sky I didn't do anything wrong. Sienna, if you're hearing this, none of this is your fault. The sky didn't break because of you. And even if the stars don't blink right anymore, you're still here. You're still part of the story. Update from the Nevada deserts. A figure, tall, unmoving, has been spotted near the edge of the old solar farms. Not a ship, not a person. Just a shape. Black, thin, like wire twisted into the form of a human. No face, no movement, but it casts a shadow even when nothing else does. They've started calling it the listener. It only appears after dark, only where there's residual energy in the sand. Solar panels still humming. Dead batteries warming under the sun. And it only appears if someone's speaking. So if you see it, stop talking. Don't run. Don't wave. Don't scream. Just go quiet. They say it watches for a while, then leaves. But some people who've seen it once, they start hearing whispers. Later, in places where no one's around. In their sleep. Always the same words. Keep talking. We're almost done recording. Whatever that means, it's not comfort. It's a script. And I don't like who's writing it. One last thing before I shut off the board for this segment. They found a mirror field in eastern Montana. That's what they're calling it. It's not glass. It's land. But when you step into it, the sky above reflects below. Birds fly twice. Clouds pass beneath your boots. Even sound carries weird, bouncing upward. They say if you lie down there, you can hear your own thoughts echo. Not in your head, in the ground. We don't know if it's natural. We don't know if it's safe. But they sent one message scrawled in charcoal across an old highway sign near the edge. This is where the world ends outward. Everything after this goes in. I'll leave you with that for now. This is Jordan Hale, 99.3 FM. And I'm still watching the sky that doesn't blink the way it used to. You hold steady out there. The storm isn't over, but neither are we. You're tuned in to 99.3 FM. This is Jordan Hale, still holding the frequency. It's quiet tonight, not peaceful, not soft. The kind of quiet that feels like a mouth breathing in, just before the scream. I don't know if you can feel it where you are, but something's about to shift. There's been a surge of movement up north, northern Alberta into the Yukon. Not from ships, from the ground. Tremors without sound, quakes that don't register. But the trees fall anyway, and the snow sinks in smooth circles, like something big is breathing beneath it. One scout said he watched a whole pine forest bend, not snap, like they were bowing towards something underground. The trunks leaned, then straightened again. No wind, no sound, no animal stirred. He left a message before radio contact was lost. He whispered, "They're not coming from space. They were already here." That's been a theory for a while. The ones who say the ships aren't visitors, they're awakeners. That we've been standing on top of something we weren't meant to disturb. And now the key's turned. The Southwest's been getting hotter again. Not from sun, from stone. There are canyons in New Mexico where the rock is warm to the touch even at midnight. Symbols burned into cliff walls. Fresh, not carved. Like lightning kissed the surface in deliberate shapes. We don't know what they mean. But some of the patterns match those found in the ice fields near Nunavut, half a continent away. Same slashes, same broken circles, same spiral that loops back on itself like a path with no exit. Someone, or something, is leaving breadcrumbs in the bones of the earth. And it's not for us. If you're near Salt Lake, avoid the basin. We've confirmed a radius of unreality. Yes, that's the word we're using now. A zone where reality bends. Fire won't burn, knives won't cut, radios fall silent, sound dies mid-air. People go in and come out changed. Not visibly, but inside. One woman said her memories had dust, like they hadn't been touched in a long time, like someone had flipped through them, read a few pages, then put them back out of order. She couldn't remember the smell of her own house, but she could hum a tune she swears she never learned. We're calling these reassembly zones. Something goes in, something comes back, but it may not be the same shape, even if the body looks fine. If your people start acting just slightly off, don't accuse, don't panic, just watch. The ones that come back don't know they're different, and sometimes that makes them more dangerous. Down near the ruins of Atlanta, we've got a new kind of signal, ultra-low pulse tones, not audible to the human ear. But when they play, animals scatter, glass vibrates, and the sky clouds in geometric patterns. They're rhythmic, repeating, the same 5 pulses, then silence, then again, every 90 minutes. A coder down there's been tracking the intervals. He thinks it's a countdown, that each pulse is marking time not forward, but backward. To what? We don't know. But if something's counting, something's waiting. In a small town outside Tulsa, a man discovered something underneath his barn. An eye, not metaphorical, not drawn, not machine. A perfectly round pit, carved like it was turned by a lathe, with a core that glows dim green at night and pulses when people speak near it. They dropped a radio down. The signal never bounced back. Then, the pit closed. We don't know where it leads. We only know the barn's gone now. So's the man. And the field hasn't grown anything since. I've been collecting names again. Names scratched into wood, etched into tin, inked on the back of ration wrappers and stuffed into old drain pipes where they know someone might pass. Not all of them are messages. Most are just names. like someone wanted to leave behind proof that they were real. So I'll say a few now. Darla, Emmett, June, Theo, Zane, Little Pearl, Marnie and her dog Traps. If you knew them, if they were yours, know this: they mattered. Their names carry farther than the dark. In the ruins of Chicago, they've seen the lights again. Same color as before, blue-white, moving between buildings like wind with purpose. No ship, no shadow, just a flicker that bends when people look too long. But this time, they left something behind. A door. It wasn't there before, just appeared. Freestanding, rusted, no wall to hold it. But anyone who touched it said they felt warmth, saw flickers, heard voices. Some said it showed them people they missed. Others said it showed them themselves, but different. We don't know where the door leads, if anywhere. We don't even know if it opens, but it wasn't there before the lights. So maybe some of this, all of this, is leading somewhere, and maybe that somewhere's trying to let us in. I'll end this segment with something I found carved on the back of an old signal crate we salvaged last week. If they're mapping us, make your shape worth remembering. Hold on to that. You're not just surviving. You're shaping the noise. This is Jordan Hale, 99.3 FM, and I am still part of the map. This is Jordan Hale, coming through whatever's left of the noise. The station creaked last night, not from wind, not from pressure. It was something deeper, like the bones of the building shifted in their sleep. The air went thick, the kind of thick that presses against your thoughts. I didn't speak. I just listened. And in the silence, I heard someone walking on the roof. There's no way up there but the ladder in the back, and I padlocked that 3 days ago. Whoever or whatever it was didn't knock, didn't scratch, just paced, heel to toe, deliberate, 5 steps, stop, 5 steps, stop. When I opened the hatch this morning, there were no footprints, but the dust had moved, swirled, as if someone passed through it without touching it. I'm telling you this because you need to know. This isn't all about invasion. It's about presence. They're not always loud, not always violent. Sometimes they're just here. And they want us to know it. Out near Reno, the sands are singing again. Yeah, singing. Not like a melody. Not even like human sound. Just vibration across grains of dust that forms tone. Walk far enough into the dunes and you'll hear it. A low, even hum. Changes pitch depending on how fast you breathe. One man said it harmonized with him. Another said it mimicked his footsteps before he took them. Only one came back. We think the sound is spatial, not audible. Something that maps you as you move, tracks your heartbeat, your oxygen intake, your intention, and then it makes a choice. No one who's run through that place made it out. Only the ones who walked, slowly, like they belonged. So if you're out there, move carefully. Don't just survive the desert, respect it. We've had a number of reports now from old missile silos in the Dakotas. One's long abandoned. Most were empty. Most still are. But 3 of them have power again. No crews, no signatures, just warmth, light, and sealed doors humming with stored energy. Scouts say they heard mechanical ticking inside. One swore they heard an old film reel running, but no one's gone in. They say something about the air around the entrances feels edited, like you're walking into a memory that doesn't belong to you. We don't think this is ours anymore. Whatever's inside, it remembered how to wake up. You know, I've talked a lot on this frequency about what's lost, what's gone, what's been taken or erased. But tonight I want to talk about what's still here. I got a letter last week. Paper, weather-worn, stuffed in a repurposed food can and dropped at a known dead drop in western Colorado. It read, "We still teach the kids to read. By firelight, by flashlight. Off old cereal boxes and instruction manuals. We make stories out of warning labels and write poems in the margins of expired maps. If we can teach them to read, they'll never be fully alone. Not really." That hit me hard, because whoever wrote that understands something vital. Survival isn't just eating, breathing, running. It's remembering how to connect. If you're lucky enough to be around someone younger, show them something. Doesn't have to be fancy. Doesn't even have to be right. Just share. They're the echo we'll leave behind. And they're listening, even when the sky isn't. Outside Portland, a group of engineers has done something I didn't think was possible. They rebuilt an AM transmitter, fully analog. No chips, no satellites, just steel, sweat, and stubbornness. They call themselves the Loom because they're stitching signals back together. They've begun sending out bedtime stories every night at the same hour. Not for children necessarily, but for whoever needs to hear a softer voice. They read from books they salvaged. Sometimes just speak from memory. A man with a gravel voice recited "Where the Wild Things Are" last night. Didn't matter that no one could see the pictures. People still cried. You don't need electricity to feel something real. All you need is a voice. Further south, someone found a town that wasn't supposed to be there. On no map, no GPS. Just rows of houses, still lit, still warm, but empty. Clothes hung out on lines, water running, radios tuned to dead channels. No people, not even dust. One hiker said she walked down the main road and every house she passed whispered something different. Not loud, not threatening, just intimate. As if the walls remembered conversations and couldn't help but repeat them. She didn't stay long, but she left this note carved into a road sign on the way out. This isn't a town. It's a reflection of what we used to be, or what we're about to become. We've had scouts look for the place since. It's gone now. No proof it was ever real. But the road sign's still there. This is how it is now. The world folds in places, blinks, rewinds, remembers. And all we can do is witness. One last thing before I power down for the night. A survivor from what's left of Nashville found an old stage light, wired it to a generator, set it on a tripod facing out across the ruins. He plays music through it. Doesn't matter if no one's watching. Says he just wants the sound and light to meet at the edge of something. He says it makes the city feel real again. Says it keeps the watchers at bay. He wrote something in chalk beneath the tripod. The show doesn't end until the last light goes dark. So I'll leave mine on just a little longer tonight. And if you're listening, know this. I haven't turned away. Not once. Not yet. This is Jordan Hale. 99.3 FM. We are not finished. This is Jordan Hale. 99.3 FM. If you're just tuning in, you're late to a party that never wanted guests. But that's okay. There's still space around the fire, and we're still breathing. We got a burst signal out of what used to be Tucson. Someone named Clay said he's been alone for 4 months, living off dried lentils and melted snow. Doesn't talk much. Doesn't trust machines anymore. Not since his shortwave started echoing his thoughts before he spoke. Yeah, you heard that right. He said he'd think about a memory, his father's hands, the sound of bees in a mesquite tree, and then the radio would say it back to him. Word for word. He unplugged it, wrapped it in foil, buried it 2 miles out. He's still hearing it. Now maybe it's the isolation. Maybe it's a symptom of being alone too long. But what if it's something else? What if the signal isn't just listening? What if it remembers? You ever lose a thought and feel like something else caught it? I do. All the time. Across the plains, survivors are reporting stretches of land where gravity's wrong. Not gone. Just off. Bullets curve left. Rain falls faster than it should. People walk uphill and don't feel resistance. Then downhill feels heavy. One group outside Wichita found a truck parked at an angle that should have tipped it. But it stayed. Balanced. When they drove through the same stretch, their hair stood up. Not from static, just from presence. Something unseen was holding them in place. Briefly, they call it the bend. And it's moving east. Every couple of days I check in on the storm wall out in the Dakotas. I've mentioned it before. Black clouds pinned to the horizon that haven't moved in over a month. Well, now they're glowing from underneath. Not lightning, not fire, just steady, golden light. Like there's a sun inside the storm. Nobody's gone in. Not since the first scout didn't come back. But we've picked up something strange on the audio feed. A pulse that sounds like a child counting. Not fast. Just 1, 2, 3. Then silence. Then again. Always the same. We don't know who's counting, or what they're waiting for. In a small cluster near Erie, Pennsylvania, someone's built what they're calling a memory market. It's not for trade, not really. Just a place where people leave fragments of what the world used to be. A shoelace from a prom night, a pack of gum from a vending machine, a concert stub, an old key nobody remembers the door to. No price, no labels, just offerings. They say if you sit long enough among the piles, you start remembering things you never lived. A woman said she smelled the inside of a movie theater. A boy said he remembered kissing someone in a car he never owned. We don't know if the memories are real, or shared, or borrowed, but there's something. Proof that somewhere the shape of us still echoes. To the people hiding in the Rockies, stay out of the tunnels. We've got confirmation now. Whatever those deep rumbles were, they weren't just tectonic. One team found a passage that wasn't there last winter. Perfectly round. No tool marks. Walls smooth as poured metal. They followed it for half a mile before they turned around. They said the sound behind them started following, like footsteps, but softer. And when they left, one of them had a nosebleed that lasted 3 hours. They don't remember the last 100 feet of the tunnel. Just a single phrase carved into the wall on the way out. Don't step where they listen. In other words, some places aren't for us. Some spaces were dug by something else. Something that remembers being beneath us before we ever looked up. There's something moving through the Rust Belt. Ohio, Indiana, upstate New York. A vanishing. Whole towns that don't go dark. They just empty. No smashed windows, no broken doors, just no people. Food still warm on stoves. Radios still playing static. Laundry on lines. But no bodies, no signs of struggle. Like a breath held too long and exhaled all at once. And the weirdest part? They all vanish at the same time. We tracked 3 this past week, all gone at 2:17 a.m. No wind, no warning. They just blink out of relevance. We don't know where they go. But if you're near a population cluster and the lights start flickering without sound, get out. Grab what you can. Move fast. Don't look back. Once it starts, it's already too late. Before I sign off this hour, I want to say something I've been holding on to. Even now, after all of this, I still believe in rescue. Not in the old way. Not military. Not government. Not cavalry coming over the ridge. But in us. In messages passed in the dark. In one stranger dragging another across a frozen parking lot without asking for a name. In jars left under bridges. In lights blinked in patterns no one taught, but someone understood anyway. That's rescue. That's what keeps us from becoming part of the silence. So keep speaking. Even if it's only to yourself. Even if it's just one word, one name, one breath. They haven't taken that yet, and they won't. Not while I'm still here. This is Jordan Hale. 99.3 FM. If the sky falls, we speak louder.